All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Welcome to the May 19th, 2025 meeting of the City of the Pacifica Planning Commission. This meeting is called to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Chair Berman,
Present.
Commissioner Devine, Commissioner Ferguson,
Present.
Commissioner Godwin, Chair Hauser,
Present.
Commissioner Redfield,
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, can you lead us in the salute to the flag?
Certainly.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Before we get into administrative business, any member of the public wishing to make public comment on any item should complete a speaker card and bring it to the front and hand it to staff. On the card, please indicate the agenda item number on which you wish to comment or oral communications for items not on the agenda. Members of the public may also participate in the meeting via Zoom or by the dial-in option shown on the screen. Once dialed in, you can enter the conference number shown on the screen and press the pound key. Once I announce the public comment opportunity for the item on which you wish to comment, press star 5 to raise your hand if dialing by phone, or the raised hand function in Zoom. If dialing in, once identified for your turn to speak, press star 6 to unmute yourself, wait a few seconds, and then begin speaking. Be sure to mute any other broadcast you may be watching, such as Channel 26 or the live stream. I will call each person, whether in person or by dial-in, for their public comment opportunity. Public meetings are a limited public forum, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, and comments on agendized items must relate to that specific item. If comments do not fall into one of these categories, the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city or on topic. If the warning is not followed, I will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone, and throughout this warning system, I will seek the assistance of the city attorney in identifying comments not related to the agenda item or not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. So that's going to take us to administrative business. And I don't think I have any comments here for administrative business. Let me just flip through. We've got a lot of comment cards tonight. Okay, all of the comment cards I have up here pertain to item 2. If there,
Can you raise the volume, please? I can't understand a single thing you're saying.
let me speak into the microphone. Is that better? I'm seeing thumbs up. All right. Keep me honest here, people. If you can't hear, please let us know. I only have speaker cards for item 2, so with that, if there are no raised hands on Zoom, Mr. Lin?
Chair, we have one raised hand.
Okay, if that speaker is here to comment on the administrative business, then that speaker should speak now. They have 3 minutes for public comment.
Chair, they unraised their hands.
Okay. With that, I will move on. I will close public comment, and I will move on to approval of the order of agenda. Is there a motion on the order of the agenda?
I move that we approve the order.
Second.
Let's please vote. And that motion passes unanimously. I will move on to approval of minutes. I'm wondering if anyone has comments on the minutes. I actually have comments this week. Okay, I think it's just me. On page 7 of the packet, it says Chair Hauser referred to justice design standards for the building envelope with the rezones, and she asked if they're getting those in June. I think, I'm not sure what that's supposed to say. I think that's supposed to be, objective standards. And we're here tonight to discuss them. But if we could get the minutes to reflect that.
Was that page, I'm sorry, what page number?
It's packet page 7.
Thank you, Chair Hauser.
And on that same packet page, Chair Berman moved to adjourn the meeting. I know, we're throwing everyone for a loop with this chair thing. Okay. With that, I will make a motion to approve the meetings with those 2 edits. Is there a second?
I second.
Let's please vote. Okay, and that motion also passes unanimously. Designation of liaison to City Council meeting commission reports for May 27th. I think typically we have 2 to 3 folks attend this. I will attend for sure. Does anyone else want to volunteer?
Do you remember the date off the top of your head?
It's May 27th, it's next Monday.
I'll be gone.
I'm sorry, next Tuesday after Labor Day. Memorial Day. Wow, this is going to be a great night.
Do we have a time?
It will be starting at 5 p.m.
Do we know what order the Planning Commission is in? We do not have a time.
We usually go first. I need to confirm that I could attend, but you could put me down. I'm probably like 80% sure.
I could also attend. I'm going to be there anyway for the Measure Y.
Okay, so I'm hearing,
I'm out of the country.
you're out of the country. Okay, so I'm hearing that Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Redfield, the Vice Chair, and myself can all attend. And so once we know the time, we will confirm which 2 or more will attend. Okay. Okay, so that takes us to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available to the public to address the Planning Commission on any item within our subject matter jurisdiction that is not on tonight's agenda. The time allotted to each speaker will be 3 minutes for this. I do not have any speaker cards for oral communications. Is there anyone by Zoom or by phone that wishes to speak on items not on the agenda?
Chair, no raised hand at this time.
Okay. Then I will close oral communications. And I will move on to consideration items. Consideration 1 is an annual report to City Council for calendar year 2024. Is there a staff report for this, Director?
Thank you, Chair Hauser. We do have a report, and that will be given by our Associate Planner, Katie Snodgrass.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Hauser and Commissioners. I'm Associate Planner Caitlin Snodgrass with the Planning Division. The consideration item before you is a requirement set by the City Council for all commissions and committees to prepare an annual report to be presented to the City Council on commission and committee activities from the prior calendar year. The staff report includes an attachment with the draft report that will be presented to the City Council on Tuesday, May 27th. The request tonight is for the Planning Commission to review the proposed report, make any modifications or suggestions to the format, and to identify 1 or more planning commissioners to attend the City Council meeting to present on behalf of the Planning Commission.
Does that conclude your report?
That is the conclusion of my
Fabulous.
report.
Before I open it for public comment, do any commissioners have questions for Planner Snodgrass?
I have one question. I believe in past years, we've received a draft PowerPoint presentation from staff. So I'm wondering when we could expect that, because I didn't see that in the packet.
Yes, I have one available tonight that we can briefly review, and it is repeating the content within the draft
sure.
report.
I don't personally feel a need to review tonight. And in past years, whatever commissioners were planning to present to council, we've had an opportunity to meet with staff and perhaps make a few edits, just minor edits, a couple days before. Is that still acceptable to coordinate with staff, just minor presentation edits?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Berman. We can send that out, and we can schedule a call for those that are attending.
Okay.
And so I have Chair Hauser, Vice Chair Berman, and Commissioner Redfield and Commissioner Davis as potential?
I think we have 4 available,
Okay.
but we can't hit a quorum of the commissioners.
You're going to
so-
choose.
Yeah, so what I would recommend, if it's okay with staff, is sending just to the vice chair and myself the information so that we could see it in our kind of official capacities. And then based on the times that are put out, we'll send the final to the commissioners that will present it, the 3 commissioners. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'll go ahead and send that out tomorrow,
Okay.
and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Fabulous, thank you.
And I could probably attend, I just need to make sure that, so my partner is on a committee, and I just need to make sure that he is not planning to attend on behalf of his committee, or else we don't have childcare.
Yeah.
So
Understood. Okay, any other questions before I open item 1 for public comment? Okay, with that, I will open item 1 to public comment. I also do not have speaker cards for this item. Are there any raised hands or folks on Zoom who want to speak about the annual presentation of the Planning Commission?
Chair, no raised hand at this time.
Okay, with that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for any comments that they have on the annual report or a motion to, I don't know if there's an action that needs to be taken, I think. Oh, no, to approve, a motion to approve the annual report. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the annual report as written currently, with possible edits come forth.
I would second that. This is the first time that I haven't had a lot of comments on this report, so I really appreciate the effort that staff put into taking our past year's comments on formatting and information included. With that, let's take a vote. Okay, and that motion passes unanimously. Okay, and that will take us to item 2. I have a lot of speaker cards for item 2. Let me just get back to my agenda. I think how slowly my computer is reacting to the largeness of these documents is a testament to how big they are. So item 2 is file number 2025-007, General Plan Amendments GPA-108-25, Zoning Ordinance TA-128-25, and Associated Land Use GPA-108-25, and Zoning Map Amendments RZ-216-25. Before I ask for a staff report, I would like to confirm how many folks are on Zoom or watching the live stream, just so that we can get a sense of how much public comment to anticipate.
Chair, as of now, we have 22 attendees on Zoom.
Okay, and I've got a pretty significant stack, so being that we want to make sure that we have time for a very fruitful and detailed discussion on this item, which really requires a lot of discussion, I am going to cut public comment down to 90 seconds for this item. And then the other thing I'd like to do, thank you. I see. Yeah, okay. So the other thing that I want to do is speak to the way this item is going to work. This is as much for my fellow commissioners as it is for the public. Like usual, we are going to have a staff presentation, but unlike usual, we are going to go directly into public comment, and I'm going to ask that commissioners reserve their questions on this item for after public comment. I myself have one site that I am 964 feet from, so I will have to recuse myself while the commission discusses and takes action on that item. At that point, Vice Chair Berman will chair the meeting, and I will leave, and only after that item is discussed and decided on will I come back. City Attorney Bizzano, is there anything I need to add on that front?
Chair Hauser, you might want to add the site specifically. And
That's very
just so
important.
people are aware.
Yes, thank you. It's Site 19, which is the Filipino Adventist Church on Hickey Boulevard. Okay, with that, may I have a staff report, please?
Okay. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Good evening, Chair Hauser and Commissioners. I'm Samantha Updegrave, Community Development Director. It is an honor, and I should say, I'm joined here tonight, sorry, by my colleagues, Deputy Director Harkusha, Karen Murray from Van Meter William Pollock, and Asher Crone from M Group to present to you tonight. And it is an honor to be here before you with the Housing Element Rezoning Program. This is a result of 3 years of complex, challenging, and diligent work by the community in Pacifica, the City Council, the Planning Commission, and staff. The items tonight include an environmental impact report, mitigations, new land use designation and rezoning, and amendments to the general plan and zoning ordinance. The importance of the rezoning program really cannot be overstated. We're required to complete this in order for our housing element to be in substantial compliance with state law and obtain certification from HCD, which will return our local control. And with that, I'm going to kick us off in the staff report. Thank you. Okay. Abracadabra. Why isn't it working? Technical difficulties have been following me lately. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. While you are figuring out the technical difficulties, I did forget to note that we will be taking a 15-minute recess at 10 p.m., and I wanted to make sure that was on everyone's radar.
Okay, great. Thank you. So tonight we will cover the different elements of the rezoning program. So we'll give an overview, look at the Commission's role and direction in developing objective development standards and design standards, look at the rezoning program outcome and the overall development of the ODS, the test fits and refinements, zoning code updates, environmental review, and next steps. And then we'll hold Planning Commission questions until after public comment. So this is an image that we're probably all very familiar with now with the housing element kickoff in September of 2022. And to where we are now, the housing element was originally updated in January 2024 with revisions to the housing element required from HCD to be in substantial compliance with state law. And that update was adopted in March of 2024, which brings us to now. So again, the housing element certification is contingent on the rezoning program. So the scope includes of tonight is really the implementing housing element program 1 or HEI1. And this is the rezoning to support 2,042 units on 31 sites identified in the housing element. This includes a buffer beyond our RHNA target. RHNA is the regional housing needs allocation, and includes new zoning and land use typologies. We have 14 of those. And I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Harkusha.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. Brianne Harkusha, Community Development Deputy Director. For the commissioners that had the privilege of reviewing the objective development standards, the review of the objective development standards by the Commission, you all played a foundational role in shaping these standards. As a refresher, the Commission that had the privilege to review the standards, we went site by site through a thorough analysis between 4 study sessions from June 2023 to February 2024. The Planning Commission's direction throughout the process helped ensure that the standards that you'll see before you this evening are responsive to Pacifica's local context, reflect community values, and created objective standards needed for the rezoning program. We'll be discussing the rezoning program outcomes, how the Commission standards have shaped the rezoning program, and how these standards are grounded in the housing elements direction, tailored by the Commission's feedback, and refined through feasibility analysis to ensure they are practical, equitable, and aligned with state law. We organize the objective development standards by typology to promote consistency and predictability across similar development contexts. And this is an approach that helped us scale standards appropriately while streamlining the zoning code and allowing flexibility where needed. As you'll see here, there are new districts created for R densities, MU densities, and MUI densities. There are other general plan land use designations that will be aligned with the zoning district designations. We also created 2 combining zoning districts, MFHPY for polygon sites and MFHBR for by right eligible sites. I'll go into the summary of the development standards as part of the rezoning program. So this begins the 2 parts of this overview of the key development standards. As you'll see here in the R districts, the R state districts, MU districts, and MUI districts all have minimum density of 20 to 40 dwelling units per acre and a max of 30 to 60 dwelling units per acre. The setbacks vary from 15, 5, and 15 for the front. The side is 5 through 10. The rear varies from 10 through 20, and there's an additional setback 30 feet from single-family residential districts. The height is 40 to 55 feet in R districts, and in MU districts is 45 to 55 feet, with portions of the site within 50 feet of single-family residential districts. Those buildings must be a height of 40 feet max. These standards are just highlighting the metrics such as the maximum building heights, the front setbacks, and the densities. These standards were discussed by the Commission at the various study sessions and reflect a balance between community character and housing feasibility. This is the second part of the summary that focuses on additional standards that support the function and design quality of proposed development. These include lot coverage and open space. These measures ensure that new development is livable, attractive, and well integrated with surrounding areas. We'll go into more detail throughout this presentation, but just to highlight other development standards of the rezoning program, these standards listed on this slide outline design-related standards such as building articulation, material variation, and ground floor treatment. These help ensure high-quality, human-scaled development that contributes to a vibrant public realm. As shown on this slide, these maps reflect the updated general plan land use designations and zoning designations that will be needed to implement the housing element rezoning program. As a note, we are still working on more detailed section maps, so each section will magnify the locations more clearly in the future. And I will pass it over to Karen Murray from Van Meter Williams Pollock. Van Meter Williams Pollock is a highly skilled architecture and urban design firm that has prepared conceptual test fits for select zoning districts to demonstrate the design feasibility and validate our objective development standards.
Hi, can you all hear me? What's that? If I talk right, okay, if I talk right and not look that way, I think we'll be okay. Let me know. So first of all, I just wanted to explain a little bit about what is a test fit and while we're doing it. So the test fit evaluates development feasibility on a site. And to do that, we look at zoning, economic, and implementation factors, what are the controls on the site. We look to understand site capacity, regulatory constraints such as zoning and other options, and then look at design possibilities. We also try to balance design vision with market realities and community needs in some cases. And also, as in this case, test draft objective design standards, look at zoning criteria, and or design guidelines. So that's what we're doing in the examples that we'll show. Let's move on. So just skip ahead. So how we do this is, kind of ran through it a little bit in the earlier slide, but we research the zoning and all of the constraints on the sites, including the general plan or the goals on the site's general plan, housing element, specific plans on the site, and understand all of the parameters that influence what can happen on that site. We work to understand the development goals with either the city or the owner of the site, or we look at parking. Parking is very influential in the form of the building. Parking requirements can, cause the building to have to be taller if you need multiple levels of parking. And, depending on the site, whether you have these examples are showing podium parking, or you can have surface parking if your site is large enough for that. So that we kind of start with that in a way when we're looking at a site in a building. We look at different development prototypes, different kinds of buildings on the site, depending on the goals. And using all those things, we generate a capacity range for the site. How many units, or in this case, because we're looking at housing or other uses, fit on the site, and then we point out the constraints. So what things are holding us back. And these different examples are just test fits that we had done on other sites, looking at, in this case, we had 3 levels of stacker parking to get in that kind of parking need. And so we looked at a couple of conceptual sites, looking to test the development standard, the proposed development standards, or we looked at the zone, mixed use, 40 dwelling units an acre, building height, commercial FAR had a minimum. In this case, we needed to provide both commercial and residential parking on this site, and also have usable resident open space. So up in the upper, you can see how this was achieved. Is the red little rectangle in the upper right of that site. We have commercial parking in a surface lot outside the building footprint, residential parking inside, and then the housing on top with an open space. So we test unit mixes, parameters that go into the building. And in this case, we were able to achieve the target unit count, open requirement, the required amount of parking, all within the 50-foot height limit. And height limits are also things we look at that might be constraints. This next site is same thing. We looked at all of these different parameters. This one was a mixed-use zone, had a higher 60 dwelling units per acre, 55-foot height limit. So here, again, so this is a mixed-use zone with a 60 dwelling unit per acre max, 55-foot height limit,
commercial FAR, which is the red again in the corner. The housing is the yellow and orange sites. We needed to provide both commercial and residential parking on site here. And so this required a 2-level garage. We also, above those garages, we wanted and needed to provide the resident open space, usable open space, and so those are podium open spaces on top of those garages wrapped by the units. So in summary, this was a 5-story test fit. It achieved the unit count required, open space needs, parking needs, but it exceeded the maximum height by 5 feet in order to get those 2 levels of parking, which are taller than normal residential levels. And also, the way the height is measured in Pacifica is to the top of the parapet, so that pushed us above the height limit a little bit here. So these were just a couple examples of how we test those standards and requirements.
Thank you, Karen. And I will be going through how the architectural test fits have refined some of the standards that Commission originally proposed as part of the study session process. And I'll skip to the refined standard for building height just to segue from Karen's previous slide. So as Karen mentioned, the proposal or the analysis as part of the conceptual site number 2 review, there was an additional 5-foot height proposed as part of the building height in addition to what was an original standard. As part of that, staff has proposed a rooftop feature projection allowance. There's a particular definition that is proposed in the zoning code, and we will flesh out the exact details throughout this presentation. But that is one proposal that is different from the original standard that Commission provided in the study sessions. Another standard that changed is originally the Commission proposed heights for MUI 30 at 40 feet and MUI 50 at 50 feet. That was found throughout the test fits, and also considering that standard, that the height would need to be revised to be 5 foot taller than what was proposed. And that was mainly to allow for viable floor-to-floor height in mixed-use buildings. So the result of that is 45 feet and 55 feet for MUI 30 and MUI 50 districts. And going back to the open space requirements, so these standards were also refined. Originally, Commission recommended a 220 square foot per unit open space requirement, and that included 160 square feet of common open space and 60 square feet of private open space. That, based on the test fit results and also considering that standard, this was revised to 200 square feet total per unit, allowing flexibility in how it is provided. The private open space was found to be difficult for affordable housing developers, so we wanted to build in flexibility. But private open space is still an option, which supports better site design and affordable housing feasibility in the future. The third standard that was refined was the upper story step backs. So originally, Planning Commission proposed height limits were 40 and 50. Oh, sorry. My notes are. The Planning Commission proposed standards for upper story step backs to propose 10 feet of a step back above the second story, and 45-degree for a daylight plane after 4 stories above. This was found to reduce the yield and conflict with efficient design. So the number of units proposed was being conflicted if we had a daylight plane of 45 degrees angle. So the proposal for the new standard is to remove the daylight plane requirement. The next standard that was refined is off-street parking. Originally, the commission proposed 2 spaces for 2+ bedrooms and 1 guest parking space for 4 units. The new proposal is 1.5 spaces for 2+ bedrooms and 1 guest space per 5 units. The original standard was proved to be too high during feasibility testing, and excess parking reduced buildable area and made some projects infeasible. So this refined parking standard is lower, but it also provides improved feasibility while maintaining adequate parking. This is a future refined standard that will be considered in future zoning code updates. This slide highlights a future refinement area of how height is measured on slope sites. So the current standards don't fully address our terrain challenges. A future zoning code update will evaluate slope impacts to allow better adaptation to varied topography and ensure consistent, fair height limits across Pacifica's hillside sites. And I will pass it over to Asher Code with M Group.
Thank you very much, Brianne. Thank you for hosting me this evening. Members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. My name is Asher Cohn, and I'm with M Group. We help the city and work collaboratively with the architects and many other folks in putting together these zoning code updates. These updates can be grouped generally into 4 types. There's updates for state law compliance, updates to support the rezoning and implement the code updates, new zoning districts, as well as new combining districts. And we've touched on a lot of these a bit already in the presentation, and this will be kind of putting them into pen in many ways. For state law compliance, these are updates to address changes in state law or for code consistency. The definition of family has been updated, as well as state law now considers family daycares a residential use, so we updated that as well. We have updates for rounding is now rounded up, which is consistent with practices under state law, as well as we've done some renumbering of section numbers kind of throughout this bit of code. We've introduced some new terms to code. We mentioned step backs tonight, some rooftop projections, and we have made updates in order to capture these within the document, as well as looking at parking. We'll go over that in a little detail to address the changes that Brianne just mentioned. So for new definitions, these are brought in again to address things that are referenced elsewhere in the code. Gross leasable floor area, which is the area designed for use for commercial tenants plus common areas. That's used for parking, primary street frontage. We mentioned previously, and we need to have definition of that, as well as for step backs and stoops in order to make sure that our design standards are very objective. For rooftop projections, we mentioned these parapet walls that are 5 feet above height a little bit earlier. And then we also made some new definitions around elevator, stair, and mechanical gears in a penthouse atop the building. These help facilitate elevator buildings in Pacifica. Sorry, for parking, we have some modifications that were made to earlier planning commission comment that we just discussed. These involve for single family 2 garage spaces, for 2-family multifamily, which are put together. It'll be 1 space per studio or 1 bedroom, 1.5 spaces per unit with 2+ bedrooms, and then 1 space of guests for 5 units, excluding studio 1-bedroom units. For new parking for commercial uses within the new zoning districts, parking's identified with ratios of parking spots to square footage in these different categories. For non-residential uses elsewhere, there are no changes. Okay, the blank slide on my screen says new zoning districts. So I'll say these is now introducing the new zoning districts. So we have several which you're familiar with throughout this process. The 4 new residential only districts, R30 through R60, as well as mixed use and mixed use institutional zoning districts. We have objective standards for all of these districts that include a minimum of 50% residential use, 10-foot step backs above second story, the ground level treatments for pedestrian allowing ground floor activation, and ground floor commercial standards. For the 12 zoning districts, we have an example here of what MU40 looks like, but for all of them we have an exhaustive list of permitted and conditional uses, development regulations, and that's shown in this table. I realize the text is quite small, but it has density, setbacks, height, lot coverage, floor area ratio for non-residential uses, open space requirements, and then references parking requirements, permits, and accessory dwelling units that are elsewhere in the code. For combining districts, I'll hand this back to Samantha.
Thank you. I don't know why my other slide is blank, but we have created 2 combining districts to promote the development of multifamily housing and implement Program 1 of the housing element. So these are the polygon sites and the by right eligible sites. So on this slide, the polygon sites help facilitate development within a specific area on a parcel or a site. I know the Planning Commission worked very hard on the polygons. And so that, again, focuses the development within a specific area on the site. Because this is a bit of an unusual convention, we needed to kind of establish the rules of how to handle them. So the density is based on the polygon area, the minimum and maximum densities. Setbacks are measured from property lines, and then the lot coverage is based on the polygon area. The next one is the, maybe I'm gonna, no, I thought I had a different image. The next one is the by right eligibility. And so these are the sites that we were required under state law to include provisions in the zoning ordinance to allow for by right development if certain requirements are met, and that includes a 20% affordability for affordable to, sorry, that should say lower income. And these sites are identified in the adopted housing plan under Program 1, Action 8. And they include the 3 sites that have been identified in multiple housing elements, 24, 27A, and 27B, as well as the the shortfall units for the lower income RHNA. So that's to meet the low income and the very low income. And so what that all means is for the by right eligible combining districts is that ministerial approval is allowed on sites if they provide 20% affordability for lower income. So again, that's very low and low income per state law. Provide a minimum density of 20 units per acre, contain at least 16 dwelling units, and at least 50% of the floor area is residential, and conforms to the objective development standards in Article 54 and the underlying zoning district unless modified in that section. And here we do have a correction to read into the record. And so this is our first technical edit. You can see there down at the bottom, this is listing those standards we just went through, like the affordability, the minimum number of units on site. And the code at the last section should read, the project conforms with the objective development standards identified in section 9-4.5403. Those are the standards that apply to all the new zoning districts and the underlying zoning districts, Articles 55 through 66, unless modified by this section. And then also wanted to just provide some context on the public sites that are included in the rezoning program. So any redevelopment on a public site will require substantial community involvement with the city council to determine the vision and goals for each site. You know, as city-owned sites, the city maintains a lot of control, and it will be a highly public process. And so the rezoning program does not include any specific proposals for publicly owned sites. And then one last technical edit. We misnumbered one of the tables in the zoning ordinance under the MUI 50. It should be table 9.46502 instead of 6602. I don't know. We're trying to figure out why these are blank.
This landing slide is supposed to be the environmental review summary and next steps. It looks like the slides may not have loaded all the way, so can we have 1 minute to get them back up, please?
Please. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Snodgrass, for the technical assistance. Would you like us to wait before resuming?
Let's wait 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair Hauser.
something healthy before the candy.
Just we need time to discuss this. All right, we're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hauser. Next is the environmental review summary and some next steps. Can you advance? Advance one slide, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. As part of this rezoning program, this was evaluated through a programmatic environmental impact report, also known as an EIR. There was a second scoping meeting held in May 2024, and a public review draft circulated in December 2024. The final EIR was recently published and on a Plan Pacifica and includes responses to all public comments that were made and outlines mitigation measures to address identified impacts. The final EIR found that most environmental impacts from the rezoning program can be mitigated to a less than significant level. However, two impacts listed on the slide here are greenhouse gas emissions and transportation, VMT. Those remain significant and unavoidable, even with mitigation. To ensure compliance, the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, also known as MMRP, has been prepared and must be adopted alongside the program to ensure compliance. I'll pass it back to Samantha to discuss next steps.
Thank you, Deputy Director. So that leads us to our next steps. So we have submitted the rezoning program to HCD for their preliminary review and expect to get feedback from them in the next couple of weeks. Once the Planning Commission makes a recommendation, the next step would be City Council for consideration of certification of the EIR and adoption of the rezoning program. Once that is complete, then we will do the final submittal to HCD, and that will include the revised housing element that was adopted in March of 2025 and the rezoning program for their review and certification of our housing element. I'm so sorry. HCD is the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and they are the state agency that reviews and certifies housing elements. And so for your consideration today, staff's recommendation is to move to adopt the resolution recommending that the City Council certifies the Pacifica Housing Element Targeted General Plan Amendments with the rezoning, objective development standards, program final EIR impact report, adopt the findings of fact and statements of overriding consideration, and adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program in accordance with CEQA, and also recommending approval of the amendments to the general plan text and the land use map to reflect the new general plan land use designations and ensure consistency with the housing element, amendments to the zoning code and the zoning map to reflect the new districts and ensure consistency with the housing element. And then that would include the corrections that we read into the record for the table numbering and the combining districts, and then incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you,
Chair
very
Hauser.
much. Thank you, staff, for that very thorough presentation and all the work that was put into this. As I mentioned at the onset of this item, unlike in a normal meeting where we ask questions, we are going to go directly into public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak should fill out a speaker card, or now is the time to press *5 to raise your hand if dialed in by phone, or raise your hand in Zoom. I will start here in chambers and then move to Zoom. Reminder that we are going to do 1.5 minutes of public comment per speaker. I will call the next 3 folks, so please listen for your name. So we are going to start off with Julie Stock, followed by Lila Renero and Donald Rowell.
Hi, I'm Julie Stock. I'm a resident of Pacifica. I own a home here. I've owned a home since 2009. I reside here, but my heart and my soul is at the Site 18, the Sanchez Art Center, and I would like to encourage the Commission and the City of Pacifica to preserve the Sanchez Art Center site as it is now, with the art studios, the galleries, and the concert hall. Thank you. Oh, that's 60 seconds. Okay. The arts and culture that have been cultivated by the dedicated community builders over the years are a vital part of our city. And you mentioned something about having a vibrant public realm in your planning. And the Sanchez Art Center should be preserved as it is now to preserve that vibrant public realm, which is a really special place here in Pacifica.
Thank you. I would ask folks, I know that I've said this at other hearings, but I would ask folks to refrain from clapping. I love what council does, show support. We really appreciate you. Okay. I'll move now to Lila, followed by Donald Rowell, and then Renee Blanco.
Good evening. I thought I'd be going later, so I pre-echo the sentiments of all those here regarding the need to retain the aspects of the Sanchez Art Center in its current form. Beyond that, I can't understand how our leaders in Pacifica are not pushing back on the state mandate to add more housing to Pacifica. Pacifica's resources are already strained with sewer issues, increasing traffic, with a lack of necessary egress during an emergency. Additionally, our population is in decline, with a 10% loss over the past 5 years, and we're closing schools. Building more houses will not fix these problems, only exacerbate them. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got Donald Rowell, followed by Renee Blanco, and then Andrew Leone. Don left, okay. I will move Don to the end in case he comes back, and we'll go directly to Renee Blanco, followed by Andrew Leone, and then Brian Renero.
Sorry, I have a sore knee, so I can't walk very fast. My name's Renee Blanco. I've lived in Pacifica for about 23 years. My husband and I are empty nesters, so our kids are in their 30s. We've both been retired for several years and had been looking for another way to connect with the community and get to know more people and do some networking besides just our nice neighbors. The Art Center's been a fantastic benefit for all of us. My husband's really shy. It's hard to get him out of the house to do anything, but he loves painting and has made a lot of friends, and this has encouraged him to show the world his talent and make new friends, which means a great deal to me. I've also have a photography business, and I've met a lot of people through the center who've helped me to network with that. I work there as a volunteer doing the gallery sitting, and it's obvious to me that the center is not just attracting people from Pacifica, but people who come from other areas, especially on the weekend, to visit. And we're able to share the great things we have at the center, plus talk about restaurants and the community in general and hiking and all kinds of things they can do.
and it's been a joy to be able to share that with other people. So I hope everything works out. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Renee. All right. I have Andrew Leone, followed by Brian Renero, and then Paul Snodgrass.
Hi, my name's Andrew Leone, and I just want to thank all the folks who came out here tonight. You're really awesome, and someone handed me this sign on my way in. This is community.
Can you show it to the Planning Commission so we can see it too?
Whoops. Yes. It says, no culture, no community. And it's so true. And we are only beginning to see the community that is going to come out. It's going to be a tsunami. And I'd just like to say that almost 30 years ago, I sat up at that table with city staff answering questions from city council about what we plan to create in this community. And at the time, I wasn't sure we could pull it off. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were invested in putting new roofs on all those buildings and taking that building and renovating it and repurposing it into an art center, a concert hall. This is Pacifica's premier cultural attraction. It spreads far and wide. And, you know, I don't think anyone seriously believes that the city of Pacifica is being required to make a choice between a state-mandated housing element and sacrificing its premier cultural institutions. Does Pacifica have so many attractions, so many cultural institutions, it can afford to destroy some of the city's most successful and largest institutions in one fell swoop? Of course not. There are, however, numerous other potential sites that are far better suited to be rezoned and developed to meet the state requirements and build affordable housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Brian Renero, followed by Paul Snodgrass, and then Joyce Cohen.
Thank you, council members. I am a person who's had the privilege and joy to purchase several pieces of art that we saw. One were from Andrew Leon, the speaker that just came here, and also from Christine Alaya, that are housed at the Pacifica Arts Center. I've attended seminars on sea level rise in Mildred Owen Concert Hall, and many concerts there as well. To lose this, or even to have it be threatened, is to rip out kind of the heart of what makes Pacifica a unique place. And I don't think that, of course, that this is the site on which to do it. A note about this also, particularly, is our obligations to the state. HCD is somebody asked who that is? That's the state centralized planning control system that has come up with very dubious RENA numbers that we have to adhere to with, again, a buffer on top of these outrageous numbers. That we have home rule, which is the concept of a municipality having the capacity to govern with autonomy its own business and policies. We should not allow our home rule rights to be eroded and be under the command and control of a centralized HCD committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right, I have Paul, and then Joyce Cohen, and then Corinne Andriata.
Yes, my name is Paul Snodgrass, and I've been a homeowner and a resident here for 30 years, since 1995. Previously to that, 25 years in San Francisco, and came down here a lot on a motorcycle and loved it. But aside from loving the nature and the ocean and the mountains and the trees and all the rest, I quickly found out that every Saturday night there's this fantastic music hall with live jazz and blues and great music, Pacifica performances. So it's a fantastic place. And lo and behold, there's an art gallery down there too, the Sanchez Art Gallery, which also has music in it sometimes. And during the break at Pacifica performances, concerts, you can go look at the art gallery, and it's just an amazing place. I know it's an old former school, but it's turned into an amazing art center and performing space. The music there is really good. They get good crowds every Saturday night, and we just love it. We just love it. Many, many Saturday nights we go there, and many weekends to the Arts Center. So I just want to let you know that I'm opposed to anything that eliminates the Arts Center and the Music Hall, because they really are important part of Pacifica's life and culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, Joyce Cohen, and then Corinne, and then Amy Hanley.
Hi, my name's Joyce Cohen. I've lived in Pacifica 24 years. I live on DeSolo, and I noticed there are 2 lots in the Lindemar Shopping Center that are designated for rezoning. Our neighborhood is mostly single-family houses. I don't mind the idea of the apartments going up. I'm just not sure from what is described what that might look like. And so before we could give any community support, we would want to know what we're getting into. I think most people agree we need more affordable housing. We just want to know how this will impact our little area in particular. And also, I noticed the comment that public spaces that are redesignated would have public input. How about all those spaces that are not public? So, for instance, Lindemar Shopping Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Corinne, and then Amy Hanley, and then Suzanne Moore.
Hello, my name is Corinne Andriata, and I am a Pacifica resident and a small business owner here in Pacifica. I am the owner of Start the Art, which is an art studio for young children here in town. I'm here tonight concerning Agenda Item 2, the possible rezoning of the Sanchez Art Center. The Sanchez Art Center, as it is today, is a vital community asset that provides irreplaceable cultural, education, and economic benefits to Pacifica. Closing it to make way for housing would be a detriment to Pacifica, my personal business, and the children of our community for the following reasons. Number 1, supports local small businesses and artists. Many local artists and small business owners like myself utilize the center's affordable studios, classrooms, and gallery space that is essential for their livelihood. Number 2, provides essential community services, especially for youth in this town. Sanchez offers an invaluable venue for organizations and business such as myself to provide art education and engagement for children. Presently, my Start the Art class, Music and Movement, the Pacifica Families Club, all offer classes to young children and their families, and there are arts camps for school-age children throughout the summer. I urge the Planning Committee to not rezone the Sanchez Arts Center for housing and to leave it as it is.
Thank you, Corinne. Okay, Amy Hanley, followed by Suzanne, and then John O'Brien.
Thank you for all your good work. However, our artists and performer managers and many volunteers have worked for years to create the Sanchez Art Center and the Mildred Owen Concert Hall. It is our golden rainbow. There's no reason to consider any housing project on the site of this treasured spot. There are so many other places. In light of what is going on in our country right now, we need the Sanchez Art Center and the Mildred Owen for our community health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Suzanne, followed by John O'Brien, and then Lori Goldberg.
Suzanne Moore. Gosh, I agree with so many statements this evening. Our city's newfound prioritization of production of affordable housing is laudable, but to compromise prior commitments to quality of life deserves community feedback. The arts contribute a quality of life here in Pacifica, and the Pacifica Center for the Arts is utilized by so many folks. I've entertained a lot of guests there, and I've been inspired by art and music. I recognize our arts center for what it is, a critically important part of our Pacifica home. This commission can take the first steps in preserving this Pacifica institution, include words to maintain the scope and function of the Pacifica Center for the Arts now and into the future. Request community input to visualize the future of our arts center and craft that into the plan the community can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. John O'Brien, followed by Lori Goldberg, and then Michael Watkins.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is John O'Brien. I live in Pacifica. I'm here speaking for my partner who's not able to be here tonight, Kimberly Mutu. She is a curator at Sanchez Art Center, and she keeps reminding me that she's constantly going over there to curate shows in 3 galleries at the Art Center. They have 7 gallery shows every year. And they're constantly putting up artwork and keeping it there for several weeks. There are hundreds of people at a time who come in, and it's just a very busy place. It would be too bad not to have that in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Lori, followed by Michael Watkins, and then Mary Mosley.
Hi. I've lived in Pacifica for probably 41 years, and I actually used to volunteer at the concert hall when Mildred Owen started it. I volunteered a little bit at the Arts Center. I helped with the dog park because there's thousands of dogs in Pacifica and there was no dog park. I think there probably could have been a better spot for it, but at least there was something. I was really upset to hear about this because I just went to the Sanchez Concert Hall on Saturday and listened to some great Cuban music. This is a really important part of Pacifica, and we're lucky because we don't have to worry about parking. I don't want to go into the city to go hear music and go see art. I can go there, and I don't have to worry about parking. It's easy to get into. And I understand, like, with all these housing and I always hear this low income, and nothing is ever low income, so I'm not sure where they ever come up with low income housing stuff. But with all those people and all those cars, I don't understand how they're going to keep the Sanchez Art Center. And where are we going to go in Pacifica for that? It's very important. Nature and art and music are so important in our times right now. And I can see houses, I can see cars, I can see people anywhere. Traffic has gotten worse in Pacifica. And I don't know why no one ever considers that. I don't care what the state or whoever, they don't live here. They don't live in Pacifica. They don't see the traffic. And so I'm hoping that this art center and the concert hall stay because it's very important for us in our city.
Thank you, Lori. All right, Michael Watkins, followed by Mary Mosley, and then Dinah Verby.
Good afternoon, Mike Watkins. I'm from the Fairmont HOA. Actually sent this letter to Brianna today, or actually yesterday, and I just want to go over a couple things with you people. Prior to the said construction for the new projects, will the 60-year-old infrastructure throughout the Fairmont community, and there's much more older infrastructure throughout Pacifica, be upgraded to the safe standards with the potential of additional homes and building, plus accommodate the existing population in the area? This includes potable water, fire water, sewage systems, existing gas lines, and upgrading the electrical distribution system throughout as the city ups their sustainability requirements moving forward. How will the construction impact the traffic for those living in the areas of the planned sites as they move forward? Construction access, designated construction parking for contractors, staying off our already overpopulated streets. Who will monitor these projects to make sure the homeowners and tenants live their lifestyles will be as normal as possible during these times and after? There's a couple of spots up in Fairmont, and this is all through Pacifica that I'm talking about. I'm born and raised in Pacifica. I left for a few years, and I came back. I've been here for another 11 years, and actually I just started, I'm going to be on the Park and Rec Committee, so I'm looking forward to that. But anyway, just wanted to touch bases with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have Mary Mosley, followed by Dinah, and then Jane Hurlbut.
Hi, my name is Mary Mosley, longtime Pacifica resident. Just wanted to address what is the overarching strategy from the state or the city in reference to public safety and environmental impact. You know, to all these points between, for example, Lindemar Beach is either the 3rd or the 5th most polluted beach in the state of California, given the antiquated sewer system, and to all these infrastructures that now we are going to provide more density with a failing infrastructure. It seems very irresponsible and negligent. Second thing is the environmental impact. We talked about the greenhouse emissions. We haven't talked about the coast side's challenge in any kind of tsunami. We saw this tsunami drill, any type of wildfire, as in like in Southern California or Paradise. Getting out of Pacifica, so where's the widening of the roads? Where's the improvement of the infrastructure? To the gentleman's point before me, none of these things are being addressed, and I don't think you can provide more dense population without addressing these issues first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have Dinah Verby, followed by Jane Hurlbut, and then Gloria Stoffen. It's your turn, Dinah. Thank you.
Dinah Verby. I have a lot to say. I'm going to talk fast. I'm here to support the Pacifica Center for the Arts and all of its uses for all the reasons everybody has stated. And I'm really concerned about some of these new zoning designations and combining districts. In particular, the one that says BR, by right. What that means is that a developer who is proposing at least 20% low-income housing can come in and put all residential on a site without any review. It's ministerially approved. Why is the Sanchez Art Center site on that list? That BR designation has to go. It's not appropriate, and I think that's true for a lot of the other non-vacant sites. At the City Hall meeting of March 24th, there was a statement at packet page 1523 that said that there were only 2 non-vacant sites that were in the last 5th cycle of the housing element that were subject to the provisions of the by right law. So why are all these other sites being included? Secondly, when I looked at the new definitions for permitted and conditional uses for this new district, MUI 40, there was nothing listed specifically allowing the existing uses. Nothing. Nothing says that the existing uses will be allowed, not even conditionally. That's got to change. Is that it? Okay, I had a lot more.
Thank you. We have Jane Hurlbut, followed by Gloria Stoffen, and then Dan Turner.
Thank you, Commissioners. For over 50 years, my husband and I have lived in Pacifica, and we've utilized the Pacifica Center for the Arts, first as the Sanchez Elementary School, then later attending many of the excellent shows at the Mildred Owen Concert Hall. We've utilized the sports field, watching our children and grandchildren play Little League, baseball, and soccer. My rescue dogs have romped in the Sanchez Dog Park, and we've spent many a nice afternoon with other dog owners, basking in the sun and watching our beloved pet companions play and chase each other. The area has been instrumental not only as a cultural center, drawing in Pacificans and non-Pacificans for shows and art exhibits. It's been a gem of the Lindemar area. Where else can you find excellent musical entertainment at affordable prices? As a senior, we relish and enjoy the opportunities we have available in our Lindemar neighborhood, of which the Pacifica Center of the Arts is a huge contributor. Taking away the area which provides multi-use venues would just be another takeaway of family-friendly activities that Pacificans of all ages have enjoyed. It is a sad commentary on Pacifica if we cannot retain the venues that are popular for all ages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gloria Stoffen, then Dan Turner, and then Thomas O'Toole.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners and City staff.
My name's Gloria Stofan, a longtime Pacifica resident. I first want to thank you for your service to the community. It's not easy in making major decisions when there are complex and directly affecting the community. I'm very concerned about the rezoning of the Sanchez Art Center, the Artist Studios, and the Pacifica Mildred Owens Concert Hall. Before any decisions are made regarding rezoning, I believe that more time and study to review and concerning this site. As a former Park Beach and Recreation Commissioner, along with the other commissioners, I remember approving Sanchez School site to become an arts and performance center rather than a sports center. I must admit, with this approval, it makes me so proud to know that this Arts and Performing Center has evolved and become well-known throughout the Bay Area as well as here on the coast. This Art and Performing Center is very much a part of the Pacifica community. With a lot of community love and sweat, it has brought so much joy and pleasure to many of us. For example, the art gallery, the special events, and especially the performances are all so special. I urge you not to approve the rezoning of this site. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dan Turner, followed by Thomas O'Toole and Dr. Bill Michaelis.
Hello, my name is Dan Turner. I've been in Pacifica since 1956. Sanchez Art Center was my grammar school. I'm the owner of the parcel next door to it, 6-acre nursery site. And I'm here to ask a couple questions. I was never consulted by anybody about would my site be a viable site for any of this redevelopment. So with that, I'd like to find out how I can leave my info with you, or it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, if we were to adjoin the two parcels in some future development, the art center could stay, and all the land combined with the playground and my nursery could probably comply with your housing shortage. Anyways, I'm going to leave my contact info for everyone who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So we can't answer questions during public comment, but the commission can re-ask questions after public comment is complete. So that takes me to Thomas O'Toole, followed by Dr. Bill Michaelis, and then Susan Herring, excuse me.
Okay, people have covered a lot of it. I'm part of Pacifica Performances. I wanted to point out one additional thing, which I feel strongly that this should not even be on the agenda right now without further investigation, this particular address, even independently of the hall and everything else we have there. The proposal is for density 40, 130 units, which I put at 260 cars. I'm a resident down there. I have to go on side streets all the time to get across Lindenmar Boulevard. If you dump 260 cars using an average number on the two-lane section down there, Lindenmar Boulevard and with primary access to the back of the valley is going to be really bad. And I'll leave it at that. I think the traffic should be examined before it was even considered for approval on this, as opposed to a mass approval of 1 out of 54 locations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Dr. Bill Michaelis, followed by Susan Herring, and then Fiona McDonald.
Good evening. Bill Michaelis, volunteer in this community since 1980, including some commissioner work. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm also speaking to you as a retired professor of recreation and community management at San Francisco State, and also an international consultant who's visited a lot of community programs all around this country and Western Europe. And I would say that our Pacifica Center for the Arts is first rate and a vibrant part of our community. absolute vibrant part of the community. I know I've limited amount of time, so what I have to say to you, just given the difficult task of balancing the housing mandate with what is real, what's live, what's inspirational, what's joyous, what's healing and community building, it seems to me, in my opinion, that you must have clear, specific, protected language for the Pacifica Center for the Arts as it exists today in your recommendations going forward, including the gallery, exhibition spaces, artist studios, classrooms, and the Pacifica Performances, Mildred Owed concert performing space. Anything else would leave development open to even well-meaning commercial interests to folks with no historical or community knowledge, and anything else would be a dagger in the heart of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have Susan Herring, followed by Fiona McDonald, and then Stephen Johnson.
Thank you. My name is Susan Herring. I just wanted to refer you to my email I sent this morning about Save Sanchez Art Center. It says, my sign says, too valuable to lose, 30 years of art, music, and community. And that basically says it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fiona McDonald, followed by Stephen Johnson, and then Kirk Miller.
My name's Fiona McDonald. I'm a Michigan transplant to California. And one of the first places I stopped at was the Art Center. And I was amazed. I had worked on starting such a center, but a minuscule space compared to what we have here in Pacifica, and was so impressed with what everyone has done. And it was clear and is clear, it was clear to me and is clear to out-of-town visitors. On my time volunteering there and working there, I talked to a lot of visitors from out of town, and they often comment on how they wish they had a art center like Sanchez. They don't have anything close to that in their town. Pablo Picasso once wrote that art washes from the soul the dust of everyday life. And we're collecting a lot of dust right now. We have a need, an insatiable need for the therapeutic benefits and outlet of the arts community and music community that Sanchez Art Center offers right now, especially now, considering what we're navigating through in these troubling times. And to me, it's going to be like a black hole in this community if we lose this art center. I can't begin to tell you how many positive comments I received from out-of-town visitors to the art center. So please reconsider your rezoning.
Thank you. I have Stephen Johnson, followed by Kirk Miller, and then Cliff Lawrence.
I'm Stephen Johnson. I rent a studio space at the back of the East Wing of the Art Center. We just celebrated our 20th year there. In 2012, I think the Chamber of Commerce estimated that my workshops alone and the visitors that have come brought in about $250,000 in that first 10 years I was there. Arts equal visitation, arts equal commerce, arts equal income for the community. We are an incredible geographic location. We are houses and services. But the soul of a community is not those aspects. It is the cultural community that ultimately makes a town a community of people and aspirations. These photographs in the council chambers are mine. I have spent 20 years working here. We will lose an enormous resource. Communities work for decades to try and build a center like the Pacifica Center for the Arts and never achieve it. We've got it. We need to work to make sure any rezoning decisions we make really do preserve this incredibly valuable, unique, rare, and precious asset to our community. Artists are often lone wolves. They're out there by themselves working. What an art center does is it provides the support in the community for that creative process. And that is vital to the community. It's vital to the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Kirk Miller, followed by Cliff Lawrence, and then, I think this said, oh, I'm sorry, Jerry Douglas Davis.
I'm Kirk Miller. I'm an architect and developer, and I was here to address objective design standards. But first of all, I want to say I applaud the commissioners and how they've listened to their constituents. In the first go around, they lowered the height limits on a lot of sites and objective design standards. I want to applaud staff for the work that they've done since the new director has gotten here and taken things by the reins. So I applaud what you're doing and I support what you're doing. However, what you hear tonight about the Art Center, I ask you to listen to them, and I think members of the public here have given you a solution, and that is, first of all, I want to say that it's a buffer site. It's not a core site. So it should be blasted line, should be as a buffer site. But you've heard the nursery who's willing to throw in their site, and there are at least 2 other Park Mall, less than half of it is not being developed, and there's also a vacant lot, large vacant lot by Eureka Square. So I urge you to hear what your constituents are saying with regard to the Art Center and look for a solution to that, and would be finding another site. Now it's the question whether you can do that in the time allocated. I think there are a number of people here who are willing to work very, very cooperative with you to try and solve this problem. Because I had my first experience with the Art Center about 3 months ago and went for a concert. And at the intermission, they had the Art Center open. I went through the galleries, and I was surprisingly, the quality of the art was superb. And I never expected that from Pacifica. Now I see it, and we're trying to promote Pacifica, or you all are trying to Pacifica, all of us are trying to promote Pacifica, and there's the gem in that art center. And I believe the members of the public have given you a potential solution, and the question is whether staff would be able to pull that off, and I'm certainly willing to volunteer my time to help with a solution. And I think there are any number of people that would jump into the fore, and it's a question if you can do that in a timely fashion so that you're not in a situation again where you're not certified, and then we could have more builder's remedies, which no one likes, with the 3 major projects you have right now that are going through builder's remedies. So please listen to your constituents. I support what you're doing, but that's a buffer site. It should be the last buffer site, so it's the last put up for consideration for development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I have Cliff Lawrence, followed by Jerry Douglas Davis, and then Tom Dennison.
Well, good evening. Thank you. This is quite a document. My challenge to the commission is, are you sure that this reflects what you asked for? Is everything in here the way you said it? Because I'll make myself decide that that's not true. And if that's not true, then you should send it back to staff. Tell them they didn't understand you quite exactly right, and get it right. You have to protect what needs protected in this community. The Sanchez Art Center and the Performance Center need protection. You got to put wording in there that ensures it stays a community asset. It is a heartbeat in this community. And without that kind of space, who are we? So the buy for thing just enrages me, and to see that on this space, buy right, I think is what I mean. A new phrase to me. What are we saying? We're going to just throw this out as builder's remedy? That's really what you're saying. Well, just let somebody come in and do what they want. It's outrageous.
Thank you, Cliff. All right, we have Jerry Douglas Davis, followed by Tom Dennison, and then Cindy Abbott.
Good evening. I'm Jerry Davis. I've lived in Pacifica for 35 years. And one thing you've heard this evening is from a lot of volunteers who make the Art Center and the Performance Center work. It can only work with very low rent. It depends upon all these volunteers, and you'll hear them this evening. I'm a professor of geography and environmental science at San Francisco State. I've taught many planning students, and I teach GIS. They learn about GIS from me. One of the things I know about GIS is the denominator when you're looking at how much room is available for housing is the area of land. Most of the land in Pacifica is not developable because of the Hillside Protection Ordinance. I bet that is not even considered in terms of this. There's actually very little available land, although you've heard about some good ideas this evening. So consider that in terms of pushing back on this, because the limits are probably not reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Dennison, followed by Cindy Abbott, and then Sue DeGray.
Good evening. My name is Tom Dennison, a longtime resident of Pacifica. Just want to iterate keep the Sanchez Art Center. It's a great asset to the city. But I have more questions. So why can't a portion of the Sun Valley be developed? For example, the dirt gas station lot that's next to the library. I think it's F5. What's the city doing to develop the bowling alley that's along a major transit corridor? Side F on Onset Boulevard, why is it so small? It's only half of that side. The developer tried to go in there and had great proposals, put a lot of housing there, but the draconian rules that Pacifica put them on against, they were not able to make any money, so they backed out. So for all these proposals about where to build, what's the city going to do to encourage developers to want to come here and actually build things? I'll give you some examples about Fassler. So one developer, he went bankrupt after 7 years trying to get his permits approved. If those 10 houses went in on schedule at the prices they were being billed for, they wouldn't have to do Proposition EE last year for the school tax, because the property taxes from those houses would have been sufficient. On the westbound side of Fassler, that development started before COVID. It's still not finished. If you drive down El Camino in San Bruno, Millbrae, developments went up there quickly and are now occupied. So what is Pacific going to do to get these if you designate these places to be built, actually get developers to build there? Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, followed by Sue DeGray, and then Jim Nichols.
Good evening, Cindy Abbott, resident and executive director at Sanchez Art Center. Thank you for your work, and to new staff who has been put in an incredibly awkward position. With the package for the meeting not coming out until about 4 o'clock on Friday, you may not have also been able to read the nearly 300 pages of comments submitted in support of Sanchez Art Center and all of the existing services that are offered to the community there. And regardless of what was commented at the beginning, the plan for Site 23 does not reflect the community's values. You're hearing that in force tonight. It also doesn't reflect the intention of the City Council. In one of these letters that's listed by Ginny Jaquith as one of the council members who negotiated the purchase of the campus as a recreational and cultural facility. I'm again requesting that you either remove Site 23 from the list or modify it to ensure that every existing use at that property be maintained. The polygon that is put on there slaps it right over all of the structures and the dog park, the Rotary Plaza, everything that you're hearing tonight about how everyone values. Where were those findings made that the existing uses are not an impediment and likely to be discontinued? They're not. We don't want that. It's not often that you get to figure out if your work is meaningful. Tonight you're seeing that our mission of creating community through art is valued by everyone here.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, Sue DeGray and then Jim Nichols.
Once again, thanks to our eloquent community that speaks so well and they're so intelligent. What we feel before us, I believe, And why they speak up so much is because the Sanchez Art Center epitomizes who we are, our personality, our spirit, who we've been, who we want to continue to be. And we feel that our whole personality, our community is going to be rendered asunder, what is that word? Pulled apart, wrecked to pieces as if it never matters and doesn't matter. It's a one-size-fits-all that's coming down from beyond us. It never works one-size-fits-all. It's trying to create a solution for something that this community has always worked for, and that's affordable housing. We're being rendered asunder, just pulled apart for something, a one-size-fits-all. So we're making history tonight. The employees over there have to follow what the state has decided is wonderful, but commissioners have a little bit more leeway. Your fellow citizens, we need you as much as possible to make sure that the wording, for sure, is protecting the Sanchez Art Center and the Mildred Owen Community Concert Hall. But also, as fellow citizens, I feel like we're moving in the 21st century to communist China, Russia, or worse, dictatorships of bygone years where people were, gullible and had no ability to fight back. We're fighting back. We do not want to lose our local voter privileges or our community privileges. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jim Nichols. Jim?
Good evening. Jim Nichols, and my wife is the newly retired artistic director at the Sanchez, at the Mildred Owen Concert Hall. I don't know if I'm allowed to read her letter that she sent to you guys. Am I?
You have 90 seconds, but you can
Okay,
do whatever
all right,
you
I'll
want
just
for the
say,
record.
here, this is from Morning, my wife. Okay, I'm writing regarding the proposed rezoning of Site 23, the Mildred Owen Concert Hall, sports playing fields, and dog parks. And then to paraphrase Peter LaHobe, these two buildings are the most significant cultural institutions in Pacifica. They're there because of the literal blood, sweat, and tears of many Pacificans over many years, and that includes me. I've been on many ladders out there, wielded paintbrushes and voltage meters and stuff. Okay, please make it clear in your commission motions that the goal is to preserve the Art Center and the Concert Hall. And on a personal note, my wife, Morning Nichols, and many others have volunteered for many years to keep the Art Center and Concert Hall operational and maintained. We have a world-class sound and light system in the Concert Hall, thanks to our board president, who spoke earlier, Tom O'Toole, who has worked tirelessly to keep our doors open. Both locations are cultural assets for art and music in this area. We do not do what we do for money. We do it for love. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think he left, but I'm just going to give one more call for Donald Rowell if he came back. Oh, welcome. Perfect. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Billy Philadelphia, and I'm the artistic director for Pacifica Performances. I've been with, come on. Folks, we admire what you do. It's clear what's been said tonight. Of the 50 people that spoken up, virtually everyone was talking about maintaining the buildings that are there, the Sanchez Art Center and the Pacifica Performances. So you know what to do. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go to people who are dialed in. I'm going to remind folks who are dialed by phone to press *5 to raise your hand or to raise your hand in Zoom. Mr. Lynn, do we have any raised hands?
Chair, we have 6 raised hands.
Chair Hauser, you might want to set a time limit for people to raise their hands so that we have a set number of people on Zoom that are going to provide public comments so that we don't continue to have people raising their hands.
So what I'll do is I will allow during the time of this first speaker, the minute and a half, for folks to raise their hands, after which I will ask Mr. Lynn how many raised hands we have, and that will be the limit. Thank you very much, City Attorney Bizzano.
Arthur Keller, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Arthur Keller. I'd like to ask about the dual zone areas that has MFHPY and also R40. When they have multiple zoning areas, is the entire area available for building R40 in this case? And is the entire area, is the lot coverage, is it percentage of the entire thing or percentage of the tiny polygon? Because the polygon only is a piece of the property, but if you want to build on more of it, then you have to build, then we may want to concentrate on building the polygon and leave the rest of it vacant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lin, how many raised hands do we have now?
Chair, we have 5 raised hands at this time.
Okay, so we'll take those 5 raised hands, and then we'll go ahead and close public comment.
Okay. Amy Shapiro, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there, my name is Amy Shapiro. I am the Executive Director of the San Mateo County Office of Arts and Culture. I am speaking on behalf of myself as an individual. I am not a resident of Pacifica, but I am a resident of the coast, and I am speaking in support of Sanchez Art Center and the concert hall. It is not only a place for Pacificans, it is a place for people from all over the county and Bay Area to come. It is unique and the only place on the coast that has studios, gallery, and performance space, and is only one of 3 or 4 in the entire county. So I strongly urge you to consider not rezoning this space. It is incredibly important, and it's a cultural center on the coast and in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
User named iPhone, please unmute yourself and state your full name for the record.
We can come back to that person at the end.
Okay.
Let's go to the next person.
Peter Loeb, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Peter Loeb. I've lived in Pacifica for 50 years. I'm almost maybe a native, not yet though. Dinah Verby made some points and Cindy alluded to them too, Cindy Abbott. Several people have been studying the documents you have before you to approve. Over the weekend, there are several problems, there are some errors of omission, there's some inconsistencies. I simply can't get into them in 90 seconds. I think that you need to direct staff to do a number of fixes in those documents, and hopefully that can be done, for instance, within a month and bring it back to the commission. I understand the need to approve something going forward because we're at risk of more builder's remedy projects coming in, but that it's a bad idea to approve a document with a lot of bad problems in it just in order to keep things moving. You need to fix some things. One of the things you need to fix is there needs to be wording in there that says the intent is to protect and preserve the Sanchez Arts Center and the Mildred Owen Concert Hall, the entire Pacifica Center for the Arts, because without that wording, down the road, anything can happen, and that the risk is that that kind of intent, that kind of language, that kind of intent will disappear, and all of a sudden, somehow somebody will come in and propose a by right development in which the entire site becomes housing, and the art center and the concert hall are gone.
Thank you, Peter.
That's my concern, but there are more problems in those documents that I hope
Thank you,
that
Peter. Your 90 seconds are up, but we appreciate your comment.
Claire Irvin Lee, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. My name is Claire Irvin Lee, and
I'm calling in support of protecting the Mildred Owens Concert Hall and the Art Center in particular. My husband and I have lived in Pacifica for roughly 20 years. We attend many of the art shows. We have purchased some art there from time to time. We have been to some of the shows in the concert hall, and we value it. We have neighbors who have studios in that location and have just some incredible artwork. In addition to what everybody else has said, I won't waste any more time, but I would like you to take a good look at what is already written in the proposal and make it very clear that the intent is to keep the art center where it is, as it is, and to save it, because that and the concert hall are just essential to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Summer Lee, you may unmute. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Commissioner. Sorry, we don't have a clock, so I'll try to do my best. Please pull site 23 from the list. Please question the unnecessary by right designation of the Art Center site. At the same time, staff is misleading the community that there will be future engagement and envisioning. By right means no discretion by the city. And it is absurd to threaten the specter of builder's remedy when the staff is putting builder's remedy on sites in this document. Please send this document back to staff. Among other issues, there are no findings made for this particular rezoning, especially of the Art Center. To put it shortly, the city must state and demonstrate by substantial evidence, i.e. come clean to everyone here tonight, that the Art Center uses will be discontinued. Please look at attachment D in the packet, March 19th, 2025, letter from HCD themselves, which states that since the element relies on non-vacant sites to accommodate 50% or more of lower income RENA, requirements are triggered to make findings based on substantial evidence that the existing use is not an impediment to additional residential development. This analysis must include, among other things, an analysis of any existing leases or contracts that would perpetuate the existing use or prevent redevelopment. Absent these findings based on substantial evidence, this existing use is likely to be discontinued. It shall be presumed that this existing use will impede additional residential development. So again, the city must state and demonstrate by substantial evidence, come clean tonight, that the Art Center uses will be discontinued. For years, staff prioritized pipe dream projects like the quarry landfill when the housing element could have been addressed in a more timely and thoughtful way. And here we are. And people have been questioning me lately.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have anyone else, or are we back to iPhone?
Back to iPhone.
Okay. If you are online and you have a designation of iPhone, please press *6 to unmute yourself and identify yourself. Let's give it 10 seconds here. Okay. Just by way of reminder that folks who have comments can send comment via email directly to staff. I believe that email address is public. I would ask staff to identify that email address so I don't mess it up. Is it publiccomment@pacifica.gov?
Yes.
Fabulous. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just by way of reminder, because I own real property within 1,000 feet of Site 19. Unlike in
Excuse me, Chair Hauser?
Yes.
Before you close the public comment,
yes.
Staff would like to make just some clarifying comment.
Sure.
If that's okay with you.
I would defer to City Attorney Bozzano if I am able to hear on that.
Yeah, so I think Director Updegrave just wants to respond to some of the public comments that were received about the Sanchez Art Center.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we did hear a lot of comments about the Sanchez Art Center, and I did just want to provide a few points of clarification. So this is a publicly owned, city-owned site, and the city retains control over what happens on that site. There are no plans to demolish the Sanchez Art Center, and any future potential development project, no matter what it is, on this site or any public site, would need to undergo significant public planning process. And during the housing element readoption, this issue was discussed in detail, and the City Council made it clear that their vision for the site would continue to include art studios, public art exhibition space, performance space, and playing fields in addition to housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. And so typically at this juncture, the commission would ask questions of staff and reiterate some of the questions we heard from the public. Because I have a conflict, we are going to go out of order, which is unique. I'm going to recuse myself while the commission discusses and makes a decision about Site 19, which is on Hickey Boulevard, not related to the Sanchez Art Center. I will then come back and we will proceed as per typical. So with that, I am going to recuse myself. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Berman, who will be chairing item 19. And I'm going to confirm with the city attorney that there's nothing else I need to do besides go to that room. Yes. Perfect. I will be back.
Thank you. Chair Berman, staff has a copy of a rezoning map that includes just Site 19. And then we also have a revised map that includes all the other sites without Site 19. I'd like to distribute those to the commission now, and there are copies available on the back table.
All right, great, thank you.
And so again, for the public, Site 19 is a site located at 533 Hickey.
All right, just to reiterate, while we pass the new zoning map for this particular site out, during this portion, while Chair Hauser is recused, we are only going to speak on Site 19. And later, we will, as a commission, ask our general questions. We will ask our questions about other sites, and then we'll deliberate. But during this portion, we're going to ask our questions about Site 19. We're going to deliberate about Site 19, and then we will make a decision on Site 19. And this will be based off of the new zoning map that you have available in the back of the room. All right, with that, no, I'm so sorry. Public comment period is completed. So let's start with questions on Site 19. If no questions, we could go into deliberation on Site 19. Yep. Oh,
There's
go
so
ahead.
many general questions that don't have to do with specific sites, but how this went down, I don't know how to parse them.
And before you start, maybe we could have clarification on why we could ask our generic questions later, and that's acceptable. Or are we allowed to ask generic questions now?
So it's up to the Planning Commission what questions to ask now. The Chair Hauser has a conflict of interest, so she's left the room. And the focus of this discussion, the hope is that it would be focused on Site 19. And so that decision can be made, and then she could come in for discussion of the rest of the zoning changes. But it is within the Planning Commission's discretion to discuss any questions that they have now if they feel that they need to ask other questions, maybe to get to the issue of Site 19.
Yeah, I just wanted to save general questions that apply to other sites for when Chair Hauser was here. This was a polygon site, if I remember right, wasn't it?
I do not believe Site 19 is a polygon, but please let me verify.
By which I mean, some of them are designated polygon, but some of them we,
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Some of the sites are designated in the packet as polygon zoning sites, but I don't know if that covers exactly all of the sites where we looked at polygon shapes within the parcel.
What's in the proposal should represent the final. And I'm gonna look in the zoning ordinance to verify whether site 19 is a polygon site.
Could I ask a question? On table, let me scroll so I can tell you what one. On table 1 of the staff report, number 19, it says the proposed zoning is MUI 30. Wouldn't it be MFHBY if it was a polygon site?
I'd have to look at what all is included in that table, but I have confirmed that site 19 is not a polygon site.
Great. Thank you.
It was so long ago.
I'm sorry, we spent so much time on each of these sites, but it has been so long since we did each of these. The table I'm looking at lists the existing zoning and existing density and the proposed zoning and proposed density to be the same. Is that correct?
Would you please let me know which page you're on?
I'm on packet page 26.
I think, and maybe this will clarify because it took me a minute to notice it, the title of the columns are not aligned correctly. So the existing general plan land use title, this cell is excessively large, I believe, and existing zoning.
Got it. So it's an R115 going to an MUI 30.
That's how I was reading it.
Yeah.
That's not how it's shown, but now that makes more sense.
If I may, so I think that's an important point to make because I had that same confusion. So I would kind of like acknowledgement and clarification by staff that that is truly what the intention was, that the headings are out of alignment and that the three of us are interpreting that correctly, if possible.
Yeah, we have kind of a clunky technology issue, so I do apologize for that. That is correct that that's 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth column represents the existing zoning, and the next column over would be the existing max density. The next is the proposed general plan land use, and then the following is the proposed zoning.
Can you just read out what
Yeah.
19 is?
For 19, the existing zone is R1 with a max density of 15 units per dwelling acre. And then the proposed general land use plan land use designation is MUI 30, as well as the zoning would be MUI 30, with a proposed max density of 30 units per acre.
Any specific comments? I guess I'd like to get into later my comments about why the objective standards changed so much and some of the changes that are highlighted here that reflect what seems to be a gross departure from the direction that we gave over hours and hours. But for this specific site, I have no particular comments.
And to add on to that, just to confirm, if we had comments and we wanted to discuss and deliberate on the zoning language of MUI 30, which is proposed for Site 19, we could still do that after we make a decision on Site 19 specifically, correct? And then whatever we decide on the zoning language changes for MUI 30 can backwards apply to Site 19?
So this is the only site that's MUI 30. So I think if you're going to have that discussion, you might want to discuss it now.
That is correct. We created a whole new zoning for this one parcel. There are several churches on here.
Sorry, public comment is closed. Thank you.
I don't have
So-
an MUI 30.
I'm sorry, I believe that reflects the direction from the Planning Commission on the specific development standards for that site.
Yeah, and I
So,
think-
so like height, things like that.
Sure, and perhaps the substance of the zoning applied to the site is more or less consistent with what we directed. I think what Commissioner Ferguson is implying is we had no prior discussion about introducing institutional zones. I guess our zoning from the past discussions was a little more simplified. And now they've kind of multiplied, and wondering, is there background on why that decision was made? And then, for example, it was the intent that we needed to have a specific institutional zoning in order to allow for schools, which seems to be, when you go through the language, that's one of the only differences between MU and MUIs.
Thank you, Commissioner Berman. To speak to your first question about how, I guess, these typologies have evolved. So if you recall from the February 5th, 2024 meeting, I know that was over a year ago from now, there was a discussion about how we can package these development standards that the Commission reviewed over the 3 study sessions, how we could do that in a way that reflected our zoning code. So the former director and I discussed different typologies to propose in order to reflect the densities. And also, in order to reflect uses, we had to create different districts such as residential, mixed use, and mixed use institutional. So we fit all of those into, I think there's 14 different typologies. And in each of those, it reflects between a 30 to 60 dwelling unit per acre max density. It has all of the development standards listed out for residential, mixed use, and mixed use institutional. And that's kind of how it did evolve. If you recall from the February 5th, 2024 packet study session, it was discussed in detail of how that proposal was before the Commission, and we did have a separate table that listed those standards.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And I guess to answer your second question about the specific institutional zoning uses to allow for schools, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so actually, and this does relate to one of the questions that I had just in general, just reading through the zoning languages, especially when you get up to the MUI 40 and 50, the schools isn't even listed anymore in MUI 50. So the languages are almost, they were copy-paste of MUs. So my specific question is, why do we need MUIs? Is it absolutely required for a school? which I believe is the only difference that I saw between the MU language and the MUI, is school and then parks and playgrounds is conditional.
Sorry. Thank you. So the reason we created the institutional designation was mainly to capture public sites listed, also other institutional uses such as religious facilities, schools as well. But as part of the overall citywide update, the intent is to fold in other uses, maybe reevaluate certain zoning districts such as this to include those uses. But it is up to the discretion of the Planning Commission if that's something we wanted to add to the permitted uses section of the MUI districts, or if for a future update.
So a hypothetical question. If, let's say we removed MUIs from the zoning proposal, there's no more institutional, and we just designated the MUI sites as one of the MUs. Is a permitted use in just MU, is a permitted use to have a church or a school, or is that not permitted?
I think we would need to look at all of the, each of the districts to determine that. And I'm happy to do that research while, if you want to go to your next question, but.
Let me jump back. And so there are some discussions that we have on MUI in general, including the singular MUI 30. So back to my former question, if we made a decision on Site 19 right now, and then later discussed MUI 30 and made language changes in the zoning for MUI 30, would that backwards apply to our decision on Site 19?
Yeah, because it's the only zone that's right. Yeah, yes, because it's the only zone that's applicable to Site 19.
Okay. Then my thought is that we have a holistic discussion on the zoning language, and I wanted to kind of go through page by page later at the discretion of the chair when she returns. So with that aside, do we have any specific questions or comments or deliberation on Site 19?
Yeah, none from me. It seems like the only difference are setbacks, and it's like greater in one and lesser in another. And I think that was because we looked at the parcel map and specifically looked at its current usage and best usages. I don't have any comments as long as this reflects what we decided on a year ago.
I'm saying, and just for clarification, so the I in the MU would just indicate a school, a church, specifically in that location. Is that correct?
It's a whole different zoning. It's just different allowable usages for forever on that parcel.
On that parcel.
Did we get an answer? Are schools and churches allowable on the MU designations?
Follow up, yeah.
I'm not seeing them. Again, I'm still flipping through all of the designations.
And, well, I guess what's before us tonight, I
them.
don't believe schools are listed.
That's correct. I just finished.
Okay, thank you. So follow-up question. Can we add schools to a permitted use in MU?
Yes.
Okay. Probably further discussion later.
Yeah, I thought it seemed odd to remove institutionals from all, I mean, and we're here to approve housing development, right? But if you're going to remove all future usages for these, I mean, you'd have to rezone it, but.
Yeah, and I am not a land use expert, so I definitely lean on others for any red flags with that. But I want to concur with what Commissioner Ferguson said. I was surprised to see such a multiplication of zoning classifications since our last discussion. Not opposed to it, just wanted to make sure that our zoning is concise and easy to follow.
And Commissioner Berman, just a point to remind the commission, the MUI designations, it was at the direction of the commission that we carry over the R district development standards to match the MUIs. So if you scroll through the MUI development standards, they reflect the R district standards in the new zoning.
With the ODS, for the ODSs, they do.
That's correct.
But the permitted uses are quite different.
That's correct, yes. So the standards themselves, such as setbacks, height, lot coverage.
Your height's not the same. Your R30 and your MUI 30 are not the same height, but everything else.
So with the exception of the MUI 40, or I think it was 30 and MUI 50 were modified because of the test fit examples that were provided during the presentation.
Well, so it sounds like we can have a larger discussion on the different zoning categories, and I'm sure Chair Hauser will want to have input on those as well. And that could be after our decision on Site 19. I personally don't have any comments or questions on Site 19. Yeah, do we have language for this motion?
So this, the map that's before you is a land use map that was created with just Site 19 on it. It's a zoning amendment map. So the motion would just be to adopt the zoning map designating the zoning for Site 19. And we can call that A1, and that would be attached to the resolution separately. And then a second map was created, we can call that A2, that would also be attached to the resolution that has all of the zoning for every site except Site 19.
Got it.
And that can be voted on by the entire Planning Commission after Chair Hauser returns.
Okay, so we're effectively approving the map.
Just
Site 19 on.
That we can call
Right.
map A1.
Right.
In that case, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move the Planning Commission approve zoning map A1, including only Site 19, as provided by staff, as an addendum to the later motion tonight.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion passes 4 in favor and 1 recusal. And now I'd like to welcome Chair Hauser back. She probably has earplugs in. I wish. Yeah. And while Chair Hauser is coming back, just another reminder that we will be taking a recess at 10 o'clock.
All right, thank you, everybody. And then just a friendly reminder to please not mention anything that was discussed about the site going forward. So I think just to go back to, like, I want to start with questions. And I'd like to kind of reiterate some of the community's questions first. I'd also like to give the commission kind of a sense of how I'd like to talk about this. I think general issues are the way to start, and then that will go into the general plan. I think before we get specific, we really want to figure out the framework of what we're doing and if we're comfortable with what has been put before us tonight. So with that, I know Director Updegrave did discuss the Sanchez Art Center. I did, well, let's start there. Does anyone want to restate any of the community questions that we heard? I'm happy to take the first stab at Commissioner Redfield.
Give it a whirl on Sanchez. So as far as by right on, which I believe includes a 20% affordable housing. So this still could not come in. Obviously, it's the point of the housing element is to not have a builder's remedy come in. But that would be totally discretionary on the city's part, since this is not a private parcel. This is completely up to city discretion as to even subdivision of the lot. My assumption is that the city could subdivide the lot essentially into multiple parcels in order to preserve what is obviously going to be preserved in all sincerity.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Redfield. You know, for any development to move forward on that site would require action under the Surplus Land Act. So there's quite a bit of process that would go on. I can't really speculate on subdivision, what that might do to the site, how that affects you know, the area, the density, all of those things. But no project can move forward without a public process and involving the city council.
If I may follow up on that, thank you for the reminder of Surplus Land Act. That is specifically offered to affordable housing first and foremost. That cannot be anything other than that.
That's correct. The typical process would be to send out the notice of availability to registered affordable housing developers. And that's a list maintained by Housing and Community Development.
And again, being obviously speculative, that could be done as a subdivision of the property itself and a portion of it offered as surplus land. Am I misconstruing that? Or
I don't think I can answer that. I think it's too speculative.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question. My understanding of by right and ministerial means that a development application would not come before the commission or the council for hearing, but would rather be decided at the staff level. Am I understanding correctly what by right means generally?
That is correct.
Okay.
Chair Hauser.
Okay. Is the commission available? So let me kind of macro up. This is a process, and I would love staff to jump in here if I'm misstating this, but this is a process that has been happening over many years. And the sites that have been selected for housing have been selected over time with a lot of community input. I believe we had 2 joint study sessions with the council. There was another study session after that. We had, I want to say 3 or 4 planning commission study sessions where we asked for input on sites and zoning standards. So at this point, my understanding is the sites have been selected. And a lot of that was done with the idea in mind that we wouldn't be using open spaces, that we would be using infill. With all of that being said, it is understandable that this community feels the way it feels about the Sanchez Arts Center, right? I think everybody on this dais has probably used it. My daughter goes to Start the Art. We all go and play soccer there, right? This is a very well-respected site. We are a city that has no bowling alley. We have no indoor usable space. It's a very important use, and we have heard that. How do we take something like zoning standards and add nuance or language in here that can potentially address some of the concerns, but keep the zoning standards as anticipated by staff?
Thank you for that question, Chair Hauser. I think the challenge is that whatever happens on any publicly owned sites requires significant public engagement and a significant public process that considers the entire community, in residents, business owners, right, whatever groups want to participate. And so adding language into the zoning ordinance, I think you just want to keep in mind that it hasn't gone through a full public process. And again, at the city council hearing, the council made clear, that its intention and its vision is to include these uses on the site. Right, including the performance, the art studios, the performance space, art studios, art exhibit space, and playing fields. And as a city-owned site, the city maintains a lot of control over it. And so I just think that there's a different process and a different, very public process that goes into shaping the requirements and the vision and the goals for that site that hasn't fully happened yet.
Okay. I see Vice Chair Berman chomping at the bit, followed by Commissioner Ferguson.
Clarification question off of that. And speaking in hypotheticals, the by right overlay on this site is effectively allowing a ministerial review given 20% housing allocation, minimum of 16 units, et cetera. And then, but also understanding that this is a city-owned site, there's supposed to be, or there's going to be, a very involved public outreach process. Those two conflict. So, can you clarify that?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Berman. So, it's a city-owned site, so I can't just walk in off the street and put in my development application on the site. So it requires the city council to engage in a public process prior to going out for an RFP to seek a development partner. And so that is what is going to really establish the parameters for any potential project on any of the publicly owned sites.
Is it in our purview to remove the by right overlay on this site?
So I'm just going to jump in here because I've got a huge amount on the by right.
Okay.
I have read and reread the state code, and I actually I think there are a lot of sites that need to come out of the by right. So I want to finish Sanchez Art Center, and then I want to get to my thoughts on the by right, discuss them, but included in that, Sanchez Art Center does not qualify for by right if I'm reading the state code correctly. So.
She asked my exact question verbatim.
Fabulous, okay. I think what this, in respect for what the director just said, it's clear that the council's vision is to include the art center's uses on site. And I think we should work as a commission when we get to site 23 to be really clear on a language that would not be objectionable to staff for the council to consider, understanding that if it's not appropriate, staff may provide a different recommendation. Okay? Any objections to moving into the by right stuff?
I actually had one other question.
Please.
So I think what we were trying to do was recap community comment and concerns around site 23. And I heard at least one person ask, could we just remove it?
I think we are too late for that, but I would love for the city attorney and the planning director, or I'm sorry, the community development director to answer that question.
Yeah, the sites have already been established and adopted by the city council. Site 23 was included in the original housing element adopted in January 2024 and the revision that was adopted again in 2025. Okay. And so removal of that site would require an amendment to the housing element, which is not before the Planning Commission tonight. And an alternative site would need to be identified to fill that need.
Like the nursery?
I have not done the analysis on that site and cannot speculate.
Would new CEQA have to be done if we were going to swap a site? I don't think it's as easy as just, I want
Understood.
staff to.
Environmental review could possibly be required as well.
No, that's, yeah, answered my question, sort of.
We're going to get back to each individual site, but let's kind of like macro up.
Yep.
So I think we have two overlay zones, or combining districts, I should call them, that are being proposed. One is the Polygon Combining District, and one is the By Right Combining District. And on the Polygon District, I was so pleased that staff took something that we did that was so kooky and out there and found a very graceful way with only like 2 bullet points in the zoning code to capture that. By the same token, I was really surprised to see that almost every one of our like most sensitive sites had this by right designation on it. So I went back to the 1,500 page council decision and the housing element that we, and I say we, but that the city council adopted in March. And what is at issue is a read of the state code 65583.2, which I have read at least 3 times, and I wholly concur that we need a by right district for sites that have been on the housing element more than twice. Those are the 2 Manor Plaza shopping center sites, and then site 24, which is the Sanchez Library. State law says we have to do that. I've read subdivision H multiple times today. I've had a land use attorney read it, and I do not see any justification for by right overlay on any sites besides those 3 which were listed in the housing element. And so what I would love to do, I'm just going to put it out there, but I think we need questions and discussion. But what I would love to do is remove the other, I think it's 18 or 19 sites from the by right district and ask that the city attorney provide more research to council if we do move this forward tonight, provide more research to council prior to council's consideration. Does anyone want to comment on that? Does anyone disagree or agree with that approach?
I agree.
Agree.
Oh, I agree as well.
Can you speak into the microphone, Commissioner Redfield?
These will be, what you're saying is those 3 sites would be in the by right.
Correct. And
And
the
remove
housing
the others.
element that was adopted specifically called out those 3 sites. And it's because of the way the state law is written. And I wholly agree reading the state law that there is nothing that this city can do about that law. I just don't agree with the other 18. And the other 18 were never contemplated for ministerial approval. Yep. So I think it's really important that we do extra analysis and that it's not part of our recommendation that those sites be in the BR district.
Yes, I would agree. I was concerned about that as well while I was reviewing it. Could you repeat, it was site number 24, and what were the other 2?
I will tell you. It's 27, I believe 27A and B.
Okay.
That is Manor Shopping Center. So it's the sites that are in the Polygon for Manor Shopping Center. And I just will go to the council agenda for that night. This was the Monday, March 29, thank you. Council agenda packet. And that by right designation is specific to those 3 sites.
Chair Hauser, I've also pulled up the adopted housing element, Action 8 for reference. And so the 3 sites that have been identified in multiple housing elements were site 24, 27A, and 27B. And then 8B shows the additional sites that were used to accommodate the shortfall for our lower income RENA.
Absolutely, and I wholly concur, having read this code and talked it through, that those are sites that have to be rezoned to a minimum of 20 dwelling units an acre. They just don't have to be ministerial. Nor do I think council's intention. I rewatched the section of this. I don't think that was council's intention. So again, at this point, it's like I don't want to presuppose it. I can only do what this commission has kind of previously discussed. And I think what you're hearing is, and I'm asking folks to jump in if they disagree, but I heard 5 people that would like to recommend only the 3 sites discussed as the by right overlay.
Yes, we have a majority of the council. Commission.
Thank you for the promotion. Okay, so with that, I would like to open it up to questions regarding the staff report and the general plan. I have a lot, but I am happy to go last.
I have maybe second most, so I could go second last if desired.
Okay. Does anyone have a few or want to start? Okay, I'm going to pick on Vice Chair Berman.
Okay.
She asks very good questions.
Nah. Well, some of these are going to be really, really high level. So I'm going to start with my general questions when I read through the staff report, and then I'll probably get into my questions about the zoning and general plan amendments specifically.
Vice Chair, do you want to do staff report questions, and then we can all do staff report
Yeah,
questions?
let's
That'd be
do that.
great. Okay.
Okay. So the staff report mentioned, so page 30, packet page 32, discusses how we're moving 2-family dwelling units to multifamily. I want to clarify, that is only for the new zoning districts, correct?
Page 32?
Yes, page 32 is where I developed my question.
Okay, for parking, related to parking?
No, just, I think it mentioned, and I didn't see specific language on it in the zoning, which is why I think my question only lies in the staff report. So it mentions that we're moving 2-family dwelling units, so like a single-family home and an ADU is what I visualized, to multifamily designation. I want to clarify, that is only for the new zoning districts, is that correct?
So this issue that you've identified, Vice Chair Berman, has to do with parking. And so if you look at page 75 of the packet, this is the parking section. And so currently the parking standards apply to single-family and 2-family zoning districts. There's a specific requirement for that. Given the direction from Planning Commission and or maybe from our test fits, and I will also say that accessory dwelling units have their own parking requirements outside of this. So a single family with an ADU wouldn't be treated as a 2-family unit for purposes of calculating parking, the required parking, so ADUs are separate. And so in order to have some consistency in the application, the change was made to have a section for single family in all zoning districts, and then the 2-family and multiple family has separate standards for the new zoning districts, which are the ones that Brianne covered in the report. which is the reduced parking. And then for all other districts, it would be two-family and multiple family. And those would have the same standards that exist now.
Okay, and it's specific for parking?
For parking only, correct.
Okay. And the reason why it just stood out to me is I wanted to make sure that we're not changing language that may accidentally impose additional requirements beyond the parking requirements to single-family homes that have ADUs that aren't even a part of this housing element.
That's correct. ADUs will not be affected.
Okay, thank you. I think this was answered in the staff presentation, but just to clarify, leasable space. So for commercial space in the zoning, is there a reason why we call it leasable? And because the example I'm thinking of is if there's an owner of the commercial space, they own it.
I think it has to do with the area of the use and including the common areas.
Okay.
And so the reason why, so we pulled this over from the non-residential parking requirements from the Sharp Park specific plan at the direction of the Planning Commission. And so it introduced a new term into our parking section that we didn't have that wasn't defined. And so we added a definition to make sure we had clarity in the implementation and application.
Okay.
But leasable area, even if you own it, would refer to the area of the use.
Restrooms.
Yeah,
and,
correct.
Okay, yeah, I think that was in the presentation. Thank you. On packet page 34, there's B lot overlay mentioned. What is that? Or it says B lot overlay, and then it specifies 3 sites. What are those 3 sites? Or is this supposed to be the by right 3 sites?
Can you tell me the page number again? I'm sorry.
This is a zoning overlay that we're actually getting rid of that is dated.
Okay.
Yeah, the B overlay is a B, and then it has a lot size, a minimum lot size. And so the sites that are being rezoned that currently have a B overlay, that B overlay is not being carried over because there is no minimum lot size on the rezoned sites.
Okay, got it. Then it doesn't matter what sites they are, or at least I don't care tonight. So the buffer sites that we have in the housing element, yes, they're identified as, they are included as buffer sites. However, from a development standpoint, they're all equivalent, correct? For example, if the property owner of a buffer site wants to develop affordable housing, they can. So there's no, as we move forward now, there's kind of no real distinction between buffer site and core site.
Right, but if a site has been rezoned, it would just be subject, right, to the new general plan and the rezoning.
Right, because we're rezoning the buffer sites, okay, yeah.
That's correct.
The test, and sorry, these seem like they're all over the place, but these are like my general questions, and then my next questions are more deliberation, so I'll probably pass it off. The test fits, what lot area was used for those?
I can pass that back to Karen Murray. And we could pull those. Do you want us to pull up the slide back up, or?
I have them here on my
Okay.
computer. I'm just looking to see if we actually have the.
And while you look it up, the reason why I'm asking is because a lot of the zoning constraints and requirements depend on the lot size. So I'm just curious.
Sorry.
The lot sizes seem pretty small from the test fit diagrams. And actually throughout Pacifica, we have pretty big sites here. So I'm just curious what the lot size used for the test fit is.
Okay, I'd have to go back to the original test fit document. I don't think that we have. that
Could you pull that up?
area on our slides.
The test fits are kind of toward the middle. Here we go. There's
Should be.
the first one, or sorry, if you go to the second one, I guess third one, sorry. Cannot count today.
Right, but I'm looking there, we do talk about the parking garage area, which is most of the site.
It's not,
And these aren't based off actual sites identified in our list, correct? Specifically, did we use test sites that actually exist in Pacifica?
they're conceptual and somewhat based on existing sites. So we wanted to look at one smaller site and one larger site. But it looks like we didn't include the lot area on there.
And I have some other questions that are more deliberation focused once we get to the recommendations made by the test fit. So that's where I'll really care about the lot sizes when we discuss that. So I don't need the answer right now, but probably later tonight.
And like I said, we did look at sort of one smaller and one larger site to try to get the mix, but we'll see if we can find the lot area.
Just by doing some calculations over here, this particular site is 1.19 acres.
1.19.
Okay, go to the next one.
And
Is there another slide on that one? No. Okay. That's okay. Thank you.
And so your question is about the
So that was the
variety.
small size, I'm guessing?
That was the small site.
And what's the medium one? Or the next size up?
About 2.2 acres.
And I can't remember if there was a third.
Not in these conventional
Just two.
sites that we
Okay.
showed tonight.
Okay. Those were my staff report questions.
Does anyone else have questions from the staff report? Oh, Commissioner Ferguson.
Could you provide some history as to what triggers the test fit? Is that a state requirement that we have to do, or is it just like due diligence on the standards that we already developed?
Thank you, Commissioner Ferguson. It is in order to demonstrate that our development standards provide feasible development to obtain the densities that are established in the housing element. We had to do a test fit to put them all together
You
and
said
see.
we had to do a test fit. What made you have to do the test fit?
Otherwise, we have no evidence as to whether or not the required density by the housing element could be obtained on the site.
When we labored about, do we need to go to 60 feet for the 60 dwelling units an acre, I was very pleased to see that we didn't, that we did our job right and that things fit in the height limits that we gave mostly. I mean, I'm sure we've all got some thoughts on that, but I would also comment that Van Meter is a very respected architect. Like, it's really nice to see that we picked someone that is very good at this and that does a lot of this type of test fits. So I think if anything, it's only a helpful tool.
And the risk of not doing it is putting forth and having this, the Planning Commission and the City Council adopt a zoning ordinance that cannot provide for the density required by our RENA, and having it sent and having the housing element not certified by HCD as a result. So this is also information that HCD will look at.
Are you, Commissioner Ferguson, keying in on the fact that the height increased?
I think there was a general erosion to a lot of things that we labored long and hard, specifically site by site, to put in, and these being not actually test fitted to the actual sites means to me, I'm afraid that we have labored to make a very good piece of work that doesn't, we're looking at a specific site and a specific use and developing a specific set of standards. Then we used a test fit that isn't that site to erode site-specific standards. I'm not understanding why we did that, and now we've put forth something that undermines our own position, the direction that we put forward. I don't want to go all the way down the rabbit hole, but on a follow-up question, it sounds like we submitted something to HCD review for the rezoning, and that's 2 weeks out from a response, and I'm curious as to why we didn't wait for the response from HCD to have this discussion.
Yeah, so we did meet with HCD and look at some of our draft language, or we didn't even, we shared our draft development standards and some of the highlights and did get some preliminary feedback from them. We needed to send HCD our public review draft, and so that just wasn't available
And
before
does that
Friday.
public review draft include the objective development standards as developed by the commission, or does it include the modifications included from staff and consultants based on the test fit?
It includes the actual rezoning ordinance that's before you, so with the proposed changes.
So I think it's within the purview of this commission to decide which standards, there was, again, a huge timeline.
Understand that what I think has been said here, and maybe not everyone picked up on it, is that we developed a very specific list of standards. The city went upon themselves, staff with that set of directions, and obtained a test fit, like proof of concept of the standards we talked about. That came back with some edits, which didn't come to us, but were then submitted without oversight to HCD, and now it's coming back to us again, but it's with those edits to our objective development standards. It's already in HCD, so it comes back to us and we send it back to them. I'm afraid that we may have undermined some kind of position here. It's a weird look to promise something or say, hey, we're at this. Oh, actually, we went back to the commission and now we're at that, right? So I'm trying to understand, are we married to these new standards now, or is there still?
It is our job to propose something, or not to propose something, to recommend something to the city council, and if we feel that these standards are not appropriate, then we should do that. Now, one thing that I also picked up on in the staff report that feels a little uncomfortable is I understand sending this document to HCD in its current form. I understand why we did it the way we did. There is a line in the staff report that says that following our review, staff will make additional changes prior to going to council, and that to me feels uncomfortable because then there are additional, right? Like, we're reviewing something that has been stated may change further. And while I'm okay with reviewing and making recommendations on what's in front of us, I feel less comfortable knowing that we're going to recommend something and then it's going to get tinkered with.
Piggybacks on our
And then it's going
recommendation.
to, right, exactly. And then it's going to go to council and it may be a totally different document, which we've now seen several times. So I hear you. That can definitely be part of what we discuss, there is a lot of room here. The backdrop of this is there's a timeline that we want to be respectful of so that we can have objective design standards.
Not lost on me.
Can I ask one clarifying question on the test fits? I think I heard Van Meter say that you guys we currently are measuring height to the top of the parapet. So your heights that you studied are based on from ground level to top of parapet?
Right. When we looked at the sites and the heights that we were, could a test fit within the sites the way they are currently defined by the city, yeah, that's where it is the top of the structure, or, the top
TOP.
of a roof, even if it's an angled roof. So that's how we measured. And when we
Totally.
said we couldn't achieve that because we have a parapet or we have a,
So with that in mind, I think if we're talking about height, I actually think we can keep the heights that the Planning Commission recommended, because we've also added a section on projections that include the option for an additional 5 feet of parapet and elevators. And I think it's a really well-written zoning section. But what it allows us to do is then use the heights that this commission recommended, because it's effectively the same height.
Can I get specific on height for a second, since we're talking
Please.
about it? So I had two things about the height. One, which I can't kind of totally understand, there's a allowance for an 18-foot in height mechanical room, up to 15% of top roof. I mean,
that's the elevator, an elevator override. Basically, if you have an elevator that is going to a roof deck, for example, the height.
Got it. So if the elevator itself stops at the roof deck.
Right, yeah. And so you've got the height of the elevator and then the height of the.
I've been in lots of buildings with elevators that don't have an 18-foot mechanical building on the top.
Right. No, it's, exactly. There's just
Understand that the
some-
biggest building in Pacifica right now is the US Bank building that has no elevator room on the top, right? So I'm trying to understand
No.
this carve-out for, that's an exceptionally high
It's the-
additional.
Do we have
I
here?
do think it's fairly typical to do it generally. I do question, to your point, the 18 feet. What is that number from?
So if you look at the diagram that's up on the screen, the actual level of the roof itself is on the left highlighted. So that first, it's kind of hard without pointing out, but the yeah. How many elevators do we even have?
And you can speak in, just so that folks listening at home or the members of the public can hear you, you can speak into that microphone.
To that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm pointing at here, that's the actual roof level, right? So if your stair and your elevator were not going all the way up to the roof, you had a hatch or some other means to access the roof, that's where the roof would be. The additional 18 feet comes from when the elevator itself goes up to the roof, so it's a passenger elevator to the roof, say there's a roof deck or something, that there's the height of the elevator cab and the pulleys and the equipment there, and and then the override, and then whatever roof structure is above that. So if there's a parapet or otherwise. So in this example, this is from an actual building that we did. So here, the roof, the real roof is down at this level, and then this one was 17.6, including the cab of the whole elevator cab itself, and then the structure above and the pulleys.
I can appreciate that this is a type of seen elevator room on top of a building. I understand that I have built several. There are other types of elevators. There are other ways to structure an elevator where you can have this mechanical apparatus somewhere else. I'm poking at this because we came up with an objective development standard of 55 feet. It's gone to 60 feet with an 18-foot elevator cab building. It doesn't specifically say that. It says a mechanical appurtenance building, which they can house their HVAC and whatever else. That's a 78-foot tall building in a city whose currently tallest building is 40 feet. Okay, it's just an enormous departure of what we had endeavored to do as a commission, right? I'm pointing it out.
I really appreciate it, and I think it's a very important conversation, and I would love to understand the additional elevators. I do want to be cognizant of the fact that it's 10:01. We are going to take a 15-minute recess. I will call this back to order, and we will start with this.
I get that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're on. going to pass it back to Commissioner Ferguson to continue with the discussion of the elevators and any other questions on the staff report.
Okay, I will leave the elevators where it was. Said enough on that for now. The other height thing that I wanted to talk about was there was a change to our structured setbacks per level to erase the 45-degree angle of light. And I was hoping somebody could talk about why that suggestion was made and
Thank you, Commissioner Ferguson. I can speak broadly to it. So in order to, again, as Karen was saying, to allow for the elevators to go above the roof level, we needed to provide specific provisions. In researching other codes, it's pretty common to allow an elevator, stair penthouses, and those things to go above the height limit, but subject to specific limitation. And so rooftop coverage of about 15%. So not to exceed that, so limiting like the footprint of it, requiring setback from the roof edge so it's less visible from the street. And then just ensuring that these aren't used for habitable spaces. So this isn't like a rooftop party room, for example, but really just sort of those mechanical and access functions of the building.
yeah, I saw that language in there. And I think if it allows to activate the rooftop space, I saw that they have elevated common spaces. I think that's a great way to purpose that space. But I'm happy to leave that one for now and talk about the angle of light and why that was removed and if there was specific, like we looked at the actual restrictions and if that wasn't feasible or if there's some other approach to allow a tiered step back. We did a lot of talking about multiple step backs or a single step back, and I was wondering where the decision-making process got us to erasing some of that.
Yeah, and I'll speak broadly to that, and then maybe Karen, you can supplement. One of the issues that you get into when you start having different setbacks at different levels is it changes the ability to efficiently design the building. So things like stacking plumbing, having similar floor plates and floor plans. And as you start carving off parts of the floor, you start losing residential units. And so what we found in the test fits is adding that 45-degree angle rooftop. It was still feasible with the 10-foot step back above the second story, so at the third floor. That 10-foot step back didn't have an impact on the overall density of the site, but once you started carving away above that, you started to lose units and the efficiency of the design. And Karen, do you want to add anything to that?
No, that was very well said. So the 10-foot, we could accommodate the 10-foot step back at third floor and above, because if you laid out a standard building, you could say that a unit would be 30 feet deep, maybe 30 feet deep and 5 or 6 foot corridor and 30 feet on the other side, like a standard double-loaded corridor building. Once if your floor to floor is 10 and you're stepping back 10 feet every level, by the time you're at the fourth floor, you've eliminated that unit, right, that's facing the street. So you're losing that whole stack of units on that side.
No, I can appreciate that a giant cube is more efficient to build. I just think that we thought about what that is for the neighborhood and that not being the type of development we wanted here. But I understand the efficiency of putting your MEPs in a building that doesn't have these restrictions. Okay, understood.
The other, just one more thing, is that I don't think the way it was written was applied
it seemed like it applied to all sides of the building, whether or not it faced a single-family zone or a lower zone. So then all sides of your building would be stepping in, and, as you go up, you're just, do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, it's written like a pyramid.
Wedding cake.
Yeah, just,
Does the step back become feasible if it's just the view or if it's just the side from the public street?
it would still have the same stacking issues with your unit once, with your units on that side of the corridor, once you get above, probably, if you're, the third floor, you can make a 20-foot wide unit. You can't, a 10-foot wide unit doesn't really work. So when you get to the fourth floor, you're stuck and you have to move your corridor, you have to move everything back to make it work.
Yeah, your program would have to be very different.
Yeah.
That's all I got on the height for now.
Okay. So before we move on to the next commissioner, we are going to reopen public comment. We found 5 orange cards at the back of the room. At the onset of the meeting, I was pretty explicit that these needed to be handed to staff, but I wanted to make sure that we gave everyone the option. So I see that the room is mostly cleared. I'm going to call these names, and if these people happen to be on Zoom, I would ask that they raise their hand if they would like to speak. So I've got Jan Michaels, Ash Asaro, Kevin Hemp, Linda Bruno, and Carl Herder. So if any of these 5 names is either in the room or on Zoom and would like to speak, please stand up or raise your hand.
Chair, it does not appear that the names you read are on the attendees list.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. So then I will reclose public comment and bring it back to the commission for the next commissioner to ask questions on the staff report itself. Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to move into my questions. Let me just go up to the top here. So the first one we've addressed, if this is packet page 23, but it's the sentence that says staff will address any outstanding issues raised by each city prior to presenting the final rezoning package to the city council for adoption and housing element resubmittal. I think that's something that I'm personally not totally comfortable with. So I don't know if we want to discuss now or later how we want to resolve that, but that's definitely on my radar. Okay. And I don't know if that's something that staff wants to comment on before we move on, or provide any sort of guidance on what you'd like to see from us.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hauser. It's not uncommon for staff to have to make adjustments and changes, and particularly with this is also what we did with the City Council in making revisions to the housing element before taking it for final adoption, to engage with HCD, to make the necessary changes, and then provide very specifically kind of what changed and why. And so we're looking at a similar approach here.
Okay, I think we can come back to that as we move through deliberations. So I'll put that on my list. So I think packet page 33, and again, a lot of these kind of get discussed later on in the zoning ordinance that's being reflected, but I did want to touch on some of the parking. 1 space per studio or 1-bedroom unit and 1.5 spaces for a 2-bedroom unit is not what we asked for It is consistent with the state density bonus laws parking subdivision. So I am torn on my thoughts on this, and I'm open to go either way. I'll just go through all my parking comments right now. I feel like I'm also torn on 1 to 4 versus 1 to 5 on guest parking. We want to get people out of cars. We're also making overriding considerations on TDM and people drive in Pacifica because there's not a lot of BART stations and, daily bus routes and all that fun stuff. But I did see the requirement added that at least one required parking space shall be in a garage or carport. And I wonder if we would be open to creating the flexibility to unbundle parking and just give that to the developer at their discretion. I don't know why we would require structured versus carport versus open, and I would ask staff to clarify.
Thank you, Chair Hauser. I'm actually going to look in the proposed zoning ordinance itself.
Sure.
On packet page 76. Number 3 is essentially the existing multifamily parking just renumbered with the 2-family included. And it currently requires at least one of the required spaces to be in a garage or a carport. And so staff didn't receive any direction from the Planning Commission to change that. So that was just a condition or a requirement that we left in for the new zoning, since we had to separate them out.
Totally.
And then did you have a question about the parking quantity requirements and how that came about?
No, I think I understand why we would do both of those things, and I think I'm flexible to doing both of those things. I mean, if you're looking at a 40-unit development, you're talking about 8 parking spaces instead of 10, and with all of the kind of Cal Green requirements for EV charging and stuff like that, it's like it takes up a lot of space, and like we like things like green space and housing and stuff like that. So I'm kind of down to reduce parking, but I want to see like what the again, we talked a lot about this. So I want to understand how commissioners feel on it, and I'm totally happy to
I think it
go
feels
either way.
highly aspirational and not realistic. Like, does anyone here live in a household where not every adult has their own car? I mean, like you can walk to a few places from my house. It's not really public transportation options, right? If a 2-bedroom, if you look at the makeup of 2 bedrooms, my guess is that most of them have at least 2 adults in them. I don't know many families that have adults without cars. And if you're talking about a 40-unit building, then you've got 20 adults, give or take. So there might be some with 3 adults, there might be some with 2, some with 1, but I think you're going to have 20 extra cars on the street on that block. We lived through a seismic retrofit to the one building on my block who has 1 parking spot per person, or per unit. Screwed up the parking for everybody on the whole block, because that extra 8 cars is like 8 cars more than we have street parking for, and everyone's parking around the corner and drives everybody crazy, right? You put in a 20, 40 unit building with less parking spots than adults who live there. First of all, your guest spots are always gone. And you got people that park on the street all the time, which is like something we've endeavored not to do as a community for years and years and years.
On this in particular?
I'd like to comment too. I think we need to err on the plus side of parking, in my opinion. Again, you can't go to an area where it's predominantly apartments that it is just wall-to-wall street parking. It's fight, tooth and nail. I've got to be home in 10 minutes because I won't have anywhere to park. So it's critical, I think. I know there's a development in town here that was a housing development that was put in, and it's actually off Oceana, and it's almost laughable. It's been there for 10 years or better, and it is virtually impossible to, unless if you're a guest, you have to park on Oceana and walk all the way up the hill. It was not well thought of as far as guest parking or even like I said, virtually every adult. Given the lack of public transportation, the lack, even going forward in the future, is very, very limited unless you're in a walkable neighborhood, which is what we're all trying to accomplish, basically, is a walkable neighborhood where you can shop and eat and, all that good stuff, to eliminate that amount. But I think we need to err on the high side of parking, not obviously excessive. We don't want to have massive parking lots, massive parking structures, but to minimize it, I think, is unrealistic, even going forward in, future.
Does anyone else have an opinion? I would note that with our Muni code, most people would qualify to waive out of our parking requirements anyway. But I wholly hear.
I agree with, especially with my read through the agenda, I would prefer that we increase the parking from what's proposed right now, but I also understand that we have a couple of other objective design standards that we want to fight back for. For example, the 45-degree angle plane of the step backs. I think we're going to talk about that. So I recognize that if we're requiring more parking, that takes up a lot of square footage on a site. And I really appreciate the test fits, because I remember when we were talking about the ODSs a year ago, we were asking ourselves, is this buildable? Is this realistic? And there's no way to tell up here on the dais. So I think it's great that we did test fits. I'm just trying to wrap my head around them and make sure that they're applicable to our sites. But effectively, I want to put a pin in parking because I also care about heights and step backs. So I don't know which one overrules the other.
Commissioner Davis, do you have a comment on this?
I tend to agree that, and Commissioner Ferguson kind of implied it, that it's great, aspirational to try and get people out of their cars and into public transit, but I'm not sure that the environment and layout of Pacifica is conducive to that. And as he said, taking away a parking place is not going to get somebody out of a car. They're just going to find somewhere else to park the car.
Okay. So what I am hearing is that there are 3 folks that would like to restore to 2 cars for 2 bedrooms or more and 1 guest parking space for every 4 units.
I'd be happy to concede on the guest parking space. That is less important to me.
Okay. Okay.
That sounds good.
Seeing consensus. So just to restate what was just discussed, the commission is okay with 1 parking space per 5 units of guest parking, but would like to restore the 2 spaces for each, thank you, 2 bedrooms or more.
Understanding that for the right application, there's waivers anyways, right? So,
I mean, for any application that's compliant with our code.
yeah.
So this is okay by PC. Okay. And then I'm okay leaving the 1 space shall be in garage or carport, but I almost want to add language like at the discretion of the planning commissioner, because I have so many projects that I'm personally working on where this is one of those things where people need flexibility on it, and sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't. Are we all okay?
The carport, you said?
Yeah, so the way it's currently written, at least 1 required parking space should be in garage or carport.
I think off-street is all I care about.
Okay.
As long as it's, yeah. I want to say, we talked about this recently with a project in Sharp Park, and we asked why in our code do we require covered?
Yeah, it's come up a little bit.
And I don't think we've ever gotten a really straight answer. It might just be one of those things that it was put in the code so many years ago because we live near an ocean and the thought is to protect our cars from the ocean air.
Interesting. Would staff like the discretion to make it within your purview to allow exceptions?
I think that the standards would really need to be objective in order for us to maintain integrity with the being able to like meet, zone for the capacity for the sites. And so I think if you wanted to do that, we would prefer to have objective criteria. A project won't come to the Planning Commission until it's more fully baked. And so having objective standards, I think, would be really important.
Unless there's a good reason that staff sees to have the requirement, I think that we should leave the flexibility to the applicant and not have an objective standard either way.
So to
just remove the standard.
So to remove the standard only from the new zoning or from?
I would personally remove it from all zoning, but except for single family.
Right, this isn't, right,
Is
we're not
multifamily,
touching.
correct.
We're
I
not
just wanna-
touching that requirement.
I just want to reiterate.
2 garage spaces.
I just
for
want to
single family.
reiterate that my thought on this is only from multifamily.
The car dealers, thank you.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Okay. And then there is a statement in the next bullet point that says, consistent with the Sharp Park specific plan, that all of these kind of commercial zonings happen. And the first 4 bullet points are consistent with the Sharp Park specific plan, but office is supposed to say 3 per 1,000, not 3 per 2,000. And then shared parking arrangements were supposed to be allowed at the discretion of the Planning Commission, which is the way the Sharp Park specific plan is written. So unless there are good reasons to change or nix, I think this was unintentionally written.
I'll go back and double check because I thought that we did check the Sharp Park plan and I thought it did say planning director, but
It's table 4.4.
Yeah, we'll double check that. I'm sorry?
I am on.
If it's commission, if it is a commission decision, the criteria ought to be objective for shared parking.
Okay. So I am 100% positive on the office, but do check me on the Planning Commission versus Planning Director, because I think I'm looking at the version we sent to council, not the version council approved.
And Chair Hauser, can you state what page of the record you're referring to or looking at?
Sure.
So the record's
Table
clear?
4-4, which is on page 4-28 of the SPSP, it says that office parking shall be 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet of gross leasable space. Shared parking arrangements are allowed at the discretion of the planning director, such as when required to improve site design. But for mixed use, it says the sum of the requirements for individual uses. Residential parking shall be made functionally separate from commercial parking. Shared parking arrangements are allowed at the discretion of the planning commission, such as when required to improve site design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We talked about MFHBR, talked about B-lot zoning. Now I'm on packet page 38. I am okay with 200 square feet of dwelling, per dwelling unit of open space. That is what we had said. And then I added a silly requirement for the 6 by 10 that just messed up the math. So I'm okay with it. Does anyone disagree on the 200 square feet per dwelling unit? I'm seeing a no from Commissioner Davis.
I concur.
Okay, concurrence.
Well, we had a lengthy discussion and I bought into the
6 by 10?
Yeah.
The 6 by 10 is still a thing. The problem is we had it written as 160 plus 40, and then I limited it to 6 by 10. So it's just bad math. It should have said 140 and 6 by 10.
Okay, then, so I'm okay with the dimensions changing, but I think I guess, do you have a further comment on that, on
No,
removing
no.
the private requirement entirely?
I'm okay with removing the private entirely
Okay.
because I agree that it's really hard to hit that on apartments and like stacked flats. As long as the 200 is preserved, personally. That's my personal opinion. But the specifically 220 to 200, we had said 200. This is
Yeah, sure.
like 11 p.m. math.
Sure.
So,
I was sad to see the private open space go. And then I was gonna ask, can we somehow make it an incentive? So not necessarily requiring it, because I do understand that it probably creates development constraints, but is there any way to incentivize? Or is that just too complicated? For example, projects who provide X amount of private open space get something.
I like the idea. I also, when I was thinking about this, was like, well, if it's 200 square feet of common open space, then we, as the public walking by, will see it or experience it more likely. I mean, it's not necessarily public, it's common. But there's a higher chance that we see it on the ground floor than if it's on like the third floor as a deck. So again, I'm totally down for either. I just want to make sure that the 220 goes to 200.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I guess I was just thinking it's a nicer space to live in if you have, I mean, it's basically just a motel room if you don't have your own private outdoor space, but I won't die on this hill.
No apartment I ever lived in had private outdoor space, so I'm fine with removing it.
And then
Microphone.
we're talking about balcony type
That's what I was thinking.
accoutrements,
Or patio.
if you will.
Any type
Or
of
patio.
private.
Patio could be, would obviously be ground floor type of things, which are very common, fairly easy to do. I think balconies are problematic. They're great, but they can be problematic, and as we've seen in, over time. Yeah, I would be very happy with the 200 feet of open common space rather than the private. I think that's totally great.
Commissioner Davis?
I have to agree with Commissioner Berman. It makes me sad to see it go, but I'm not going to die on the hill either. Thank you.
And I think, getting back to understanding that we have to make some compromises here in order to make the test fits somewhat work, or I guess rephrase that, to make the test fits work, or development work on our actual sites, rather. I think I'd prefer what we decided on the parking over trying to fight for the private open space.
Okay. I'm hearing 3 okays to staff's proposed modifications.
Of the open space.
Yeah, so we're gonna move forward with that recommendation. Moving on to the building height, and I would love for Commissioner Ferguson to kind of take the lead on this, but my feeling is that we allow limited rooftop projections such as parapets, but increasing the building height by 5 feet for the 2 zones would be a no, because the 5-foot parapet gets you there already, and that's what was studied in the test fits. That's my feeling.
100% agree.
Okay.
Please.
just-
Sorry, perhaps we could just clarify, so that with the 2 zones that it's proposed in are in mixed-use districts, and there's a commercial FAR, or non-residential FAR minimum, and then the code also requires a 15-foot floor-to-floor. And so when you get a 15-foot floor-to-floor, you would, let me see if I can say this right. At 45 feet, you get a 4-story building. At 40 feet, you get a 3-story building. And that's with or without a parapet. So that's not including the parapet height. And so you potentially eliminate a floor of residential in a mixed-use building by reducing that height by 5 feet.
Or eliminate commercial.
So I just want to make sure that I understand this. So I had R40. I'm looking at our notes from the last meeting. We had R40 at 45 in the last meeting. I don't see an MU 40. Maybe we just don't have it.
It was originally proposed for MU 30. Let me grab my note.
So if R, sorry. Oh, sorry, because we don't need 40, we need 50. Okay, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So we had R50 at 50 feet. And so what staff is saying is MUI 50 would go up to 55 feet?
Right, so sorry. So
Okay.
the change was MUI 30 from 40 to 45 to allow 4-story building, and MUI 50 from 50 to 55.
So maybe
To allow
this is,
5-story.
maybe this is my misunderstanding this, and I can look in the rest of the zoning code. But for the MU 50, the idea was there we would have 15-foot floor plates to accommodate high-quality commercial. But for institutional, I don't think, like, I thought we had said that the institutional
You're right.
zones would match the R zones. So there shouldn't be a 15-foot floor plate requirement on MUI.
Right, sorry. There's not a minimum FAR, but if ground floor commercial is provided, they must provide, non-residential uses must provide 15 feet at the ground floor.
So let's just take the Sanchez Art Center, for example. None of those, let's take a different example. Can anyone think of a different example?
Manor Shopping Center.
So that's MU.
Oh, right.
Hang on.
Find one.
Hang on, let me just look at the ODS chart.
What dash number do you want? If it's 30, there's only
Any MU, not that one, any MUI.
Yeah, and so I think the idea was
Right.
within the MUI, because they are zoned to allow for non-residential uses, and then the overall requirement that ground floor commercial uses do supply 15-foot ground floor. So that's where that additional 5 feet in height
Okay.
came in those two particular
I
districts.
see what you're saying. That was, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the commission, so everyone needs to jump in. The intention of the 15-foot was to match the high-quality commercial on the Sharp Park specific plan, so we could get things like restaurants and retail that was really that high quality. I do not think that we should foist a 15-foot requirement on school uses and art uses and any institutional uses. So I actually would make that clarification and keep the heights.
Sorry, it is
rather
ground
than-
level commercial uses, not all non-residential uses, but just commercial uses. So it would be like if it would be your retail, your restaurants, but not apply to like institutions like schools.
Okay, maybe so I am on packet page 38,
Yeah.
and it is not talking about the MU districts. It is talking about the MUI 30 going from 40 to 45 and the MUI 50 going from 50 to 55. So those are not intended for commercial, those are intended for institutional. They should not be matching.
No, but commercial uses are permitted uses within the MUI districts. So I think the I is an additional, so if you look on packet page 86, in the high-density residential and higher-density mixed-use districts themselves, so these are the design standards that apply in all of the new districts. And that's where we have the ground-level commercial uses, the requirements, and the last one is the minimum floor height of 15 feet.
And I don't know, I assumed we would talk about this later, but I had some questions and comments on the vast similarities between MU and MUI in the zoning.
Well, in the yeah, and so actually that was like, the intention when we talked about this last, and I know this was like before you were here, but the intention was not to make MUI consistent with MU, but rather with R. The only difference is it is technically mixed uses, but if you look at packet page 58, which is the general plan designations, none of those general plan designations allow commercial. They allow residential and institutional. And maybe that's further elaborated on, but according to our general plan, we're not allowing the uses that were require 15.
And actually, that was a discrepancy that I had noticed, that in the general plan, MUI 30, 40, 50, and 60 all have a very broad general description that matches. But when you go into the zoning amendments, MUI 30 and 40 stop with schools, 50 and 60 go on to personal services and retail and all those other, so it's misleading, it's inconsistent, I think, and I actually think it should be corrected, that in the general plan amendment, they all look like they're the same. They all read the same. But if you go into the detail in the zoning, 50 and 60 are quite different. I don't know if that helps.
In the zone, my read in the zoning amendment proposed is that MUI 50 and MUI 60 are effectively the same as MU 50 and 60, which I don't like.
It was not the intention.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a further, not necessarily discrepancy, but redundancy almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all MUI, ODS, and zoning were supposed to refer to the same R density, but allow for institutional uses. According to our February 2024 meeting. Because this was discussed at length and really threw us for a loop last time, and the solution was MUI is distinctly similar to residential and dissimilar from MU.
So are you saying that there should be no commercial uses allowed in the MUI and that
It should be for institutional uses. That's why we didn't want a minimum commercial FAR or a minimum FAR in any of them.
Yeah, it is.
So what is the mixed use? So you're saying it should be institutional?
Yes.
What is the mixed use designation?
Or residential.
Right, the mix of uses, Christian, we were baffled by this as well, and Christian was super, super definitive on how and why this needed to be MU. The two uses are residential and institutional uses. So yes, it is a mixed use, but it's not a commercial residential use, and that alleviated a lot of the questions on it. But the naming, again, the naming makes it confusing. So I don't disagree with the premise that it's a confusing naming convention.
Yeah, as the general plan amendments specify this for mixed use, that it does not prohibit commercial use. So that all of the mixed use districts allow commercial use. So that is a bit of a change.
Sorry, I'm looking at, maybe I'm missing it. Where is the commercial a permitted use? I look at the general plan and think that's written correctly.
Packet page 56 gives the general description of the mixed use land use designations. That doesn't, it doesn't limit, I'm going to try to think of how to phrase this. It defines mixed use as right? Allowing these different things, so allowing commercial, allowing residential, allowing institution.
So
institutional uses, so-
institutional is defined as government facilities, infrastructure, schools, and religious institutions. None of which I think we would feel like we'd have to encumber with a 15-foot floor plate.
Right, what I'm saying though is the way that it is proposed is that the mixed-use institutional, it says alongside commercial and institutional uses. And then it gives some examples. But it doesn't, it just, as it's written, so it would just be something that would need to be revised if the intention is for it to truly just be residential and institution. And
that's what staff had advised us back in February of last year. I don't know where the change came from, but I was happy with the last iteration and the way that it's written on packet page 58 personally. I don't know if the commission would like to see commercial in any of these institutional uses.
I'm not understanding where that entered, right? The goal was to add housing to an institutional existing use. I don't, for what purpose are we adding commercial?
Would anyone, is there a reason? Does adding commercial help does it make stuff more viable? Is there a reason to have commercial?
I don't know that I can do that analysis on the fly, but, my initial thinking is, it is typical in mixed use to have, commercial components. And you could think about, places like museums or, studios, galleries having retail components or having commercial components to them. And so we would really need to think through whether that was creating some kind of limitation, like an unintended limitation on commercial uses, like within mixed-use districts.
I have a counterpoint, which is that we had a lengthy community engagement process, and what we looked at and received a fair amount of criticism was just purely adding housing to these existing institutional spaces. We never talked about having a smoke shop or a gun store or a liquor store on these spaces, right? But we represented this as it could stay a church or it could be a church plus some housing, right? We didn't. Right. When we had the community engagement, there was never any presentation that, oh, by the way, it could also be whatever kind of retail or commercial space. So it feels like we're deviating from the whole public process that we had around these lots.
If it's a nomenclature issue, and this may be naive, can we just get rid of the MU and call it IR?
I mean, what we had proposed to Brianna and Christian was calling it R-I-XX. And what Christian was uncomfortable with was there are two uses there, so it has to be called mixed use. I totally agree that the nomenclature is confusing. I totally agree that this is a departure from what the community process dictated. I totally agree that it'd be super cool if we have an art center that wants to sell art, that they should be able to do that. These are all good points. I don't know how to take all of them and come up with a resolution. Commissioner Davis.
Okay, so mixed use is higher, it allows for higher density residential mixed uses, but also includes retail, personal services, art galleries, printing, appliance, furniture, et cetera. So that's mixed use. So now we have mixed use where all we want is residential and institutional, and that's what's governing that we need an MU-I, right? And I think part of the confusion is coming in, because as we read through this packet, you see the mixed use, and it lists all those different vets, and I think gun stores aren't included, actually, but I'm teasing you.
I included it as hyperbole.
but then we get to the mixed-use institutional, and it just adds like churches and schools until you get to 50 and 60, and then it does the whole retail thing again. It's a discrepancy, I think, more than a non-necessary category, if that makes sense. I don't know if that helps, but.
No, it's a good comment.
What, these institutional land uses, what is their current zoning under, I guess, the previous general plan, and what does that allow?
We have a table of site designations.
I know my computer died.
Packet page 29. Many of them are, I'm going to read through what I see. I see a public and semi-public becoming MUI 40. I see a retail / HDR coming MUI 60. I see a public and semi-public and park becoming MUI 40. I see a public and semi-public becoming MUI 50. So it's a lot of public and semi, there's one MDR becoming MUI-30, and there are 2 retail becoming MUI-60. So it's a whole slew of things becoming this, correct? It's like the public works courtyard, it's the churches, it's the schools, it's the government, like the art centers.
Asking the question in a different way, is there a land use legal requirement that the words mixed use must imply commercial, office, et cetera? Like outside of Pacifica?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think it would just potentially require a very clear definition.
Can we just rewrite the definition?
Or write a definition.
Write a definition. My question, just not being a land use expert, does the term mixed use have a statewide definition that we must comply with?
It typically, I think in a lot of ordinances, you see it pretty specifically defined, and it generally refers to uses from multiple categories in one building or one development. I mean, I will say that one of the things that we're hoping to do in our more comprehensive zoning reform is to really align our uses, so actually define them, use the same terminology throughout each district, through the parking, right, and so forth. So we do recognize that this is an issue within Pacifica's zoning ordinance, I think, generally. And so we could, as part of this action, I think, make some clear definitions that could help clarify here.
Yeah, I think we do that.
So you think that we define MUI? Okay.
Yes, which, I mean, we have definitions of MUI, but I think we need to rework on packet page 56, mixed use has a broad definition. We either need to call it mixed use, I don't know, 2 separate types of mixed use, or 2 separate types of mixed use. I guess we could potentially leave mixed use as the common commercial implied use, and then after it have mixed use institutional, and then it's narrowed in.
So you're saying essentially that we would take packet page 56 and we'd separate the 2 types. One would be for commercial, retail, office, and residential, and one would be for government, infrastructure, schools, religious institutions, and residential.
Yes.
Okay. Does that work for staff? Just to clarify, page 56.
Yes, I think I don't think we can make those changes on the dais. I think it would require us bringing back changes for you to look at. I think it's too substantive for us to make on the fly.
I got that.
And just to clarify, so the planning commissioners, it sounds like there's a desire to revise the mixed use paragraph on packet page 56, but also I think we would need to address the permitted use and conditional uses identified on packet page 108 to address, I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road, so to speak.
Is
the
108
permitted-
the zoning
Yes.
amendments?
Yes.
I have so many comments on that when we get to it.
So.
Yes.
But that's, from what I'm hearing.
Yes.
That's really the focus of the Planning Commission, is to address the permitted and conditional uses for the MUI districts.
That's my thought.
I concur, and I would just say that I think the general plan amendment is much simpler because it's just the definitions, but the actual way that each MUI is written is actually pretty close to accurate. No,
No.
But you can't have them conflict, so.
Yeah,
Right.
I think we would
I
need.
think they need to be, I think it needs to be changed, quite a bit.
Yeah, based on what I'm hearing, I think we need to make, we need to rework both of those to make sure that they're consistent, to remove the overall commercial component. Well, I'll let you give the direction.
No, I want to make sure it's consistent. I think what I'm missing is, like, I'm looking at, as I said, 58 at the definitions. Where else?
Those, yeah, and like you said, I think that's more straightforward in the general plan amendment, but then starting at packet page 85, where the zoning.
No, I
amendment-
totally concur.
Yeah.
I concur. Wow, it's late. I totally concur. The rezoning needs a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
The general plan amendment, in my opinion, just the general plan, only needs the bifurcated definition, but the actual designations in the
Right.
general plan.
Right. I think
okay.
Assistant City Attorney Bazzano was talking about the zoning amendments, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, concur. Not to get too far off track, but since I'm in the MUI on 58, do we want to talk about the Sanchez Art Center and adding, like, we're getting kind of late, and I just want to make sure we talk about the Sanchez Art Center and adding language. Do we want to do that now? Seeing a yes.
As fresh as I'm going to be.
Yes, okay.
I'm not, so maybe Chair Hauser, you can
Yes.
provide some background on why we would single out the Sanchez Art Center?
Yes.
When there are other types of uses, I mean,
Yes.
that would fall into that category?
Correct. So I happen to be on page 58, and we had talked about finding an appropriate sentence to add somewhere, and I think adding a sentence in the MUI 40 general plan designation would be the right spot to add a single sentence that just addresses what the community's concern is without changing the zoning or the general plan. No?
I mean, so I still don't understand why we would do that for the Sanchez Art Center specifically, and why we would do that in the general plan document, which is supposed to be a very high-level policy document. I mean, the council has made it clear on numerous occasions that they would review everything before anything happens at the Sanchez Art Center, so I'm just not sure why we would want to.
By making it by right, there's no reason that would have to happen, right?
We're going to remove the
Well, the buy rate goes away, but I think what there isn't is a minimum FAR in any of these districts. I don't think we want to add any to MUI, but we may want to have a conversation.
If we could jump back to what our capabilities are for adding language specific to Sanchez Art Center, understanding that it may not belong in the general plan, which the general plan does have language to preserve the specific uses in the art center, but can we amend the housing element with a sentence or two?
The housing element would require a separate general plan amendment. So it's considered a general plan amendment, but to the housing element. And so that's not before the commission this evening.
Right.
So it would be a separate action would be required to amend the housing element.
So, yeah, and we're not going to do it in the zoning.
So my suggestion, Chair Hauser, if I could, so I understand, I hear, we heard a lot of public comment tonight about this, and I hear from the Planning Commission that this is an issue of concern. My suggestion would be, if the Planning Commission is going to recommend adoption of the zoning amendments and the item that's basically before you, that the Planning Commission make a recommendation to the council to consider addressing the Sanchez Library issue in a a permanent way in some fashion, but leave that way to the council to decide how they address it, or if they want to address it.
Text to our recommendation to say, including a recommendation to council to relook at, something that's within their purview but not within ours, but something that's explicit in the recommendation?
Sure.
Totally. I think the way I was thinking about this, City Attorney Bozzano, is like in our general plan update from a couple of years ago, there was specific attention called to the undeveloped San Pedro site, and it was the only site singled out because there was so much community feedback. And I feel like that's kind of what we've been hearing for a while. So I wouldn't want to do anything out of the norm. I just want to do something in parallel to what we've done in the past. But if that's inappropriate, I totally understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely up to the Planning Commission, but generally speaking, these types of documents are policy documents, high-level documents, and you don't delve into specific sites, and certainly not one calling out one particular use that is amongst other institutional uses, amongst other properties that the city owns. That's my concern.
Oh, we tripped over ourselves for specific sites, and we talked for hours and hours about Seabowl and how to preserve it, and then the next day they shut down Seabowl.
And so, to that point, you might get some member of the public who says, well, why didn't you call out the library or some other type of use that they feel is important? So that's my recommendation is, it is an issue of concern for the Planning Commission, so let the council know as part of your recommendation that you would like them to consider something further.
Will you even recommend they pull it? No. Why?
You could recommend, but they can't pull it because it's already, you'd have to restart the whole process, and in effect,
The entire process.
you'd be opening it up to builder's remedy.
Okay. In the general plan, and this isn't a section we're looking at amending, but in the general plan, chapter 6, there's a policy specific to Sanchez Park improvements. It's OCI 5.
Is that just the historic park, or is it the?
It's inclusive of the art center, integrate the art center in the former school building into the park. And it talks about the dog park. And so this is a specific policy in the general plan. Would any vagueness in the housing element effectively override this policy, and developers wouldn't be required to comply with OCI 5?
I don't think we're prepared to make that site-specific analysis on the fly. And so we would have to evaluate a proposal. And again, as with any public site, the city council is going to really set the parameters in an RFP in seeking out a development partner. And so there's a lot of discretion on part of the city council as a result of a pretty significant public process to outline what their vision and their goals are for that particular site.
And I appreciate that, but in short, it's pretty much saying, well, we just got to trust our city council that 10 years from now, or maybe let's say 6 years from now.
Fiscal crunch.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that that answer satisfies the public comment. But I understand it and I appreciate it. And I like the fact that we're removing the by right overlay on the site.
Okay, well, I'll put that on the list of things.
The OCI, oh.
Oh, what is that?
Well, I know that we don't have the ability to look into this now, but I do want to know how OCI 5 stands up to the housing element, just understanding that there's going to be a public process and city council will lead the development on that site. But I had felt, when I reviewed the documents over the weekend, I pulled up this policy, OCI 5, and I felt fairly comfortable that this was covered, that, yeah.
I get a page number.
So the general plan, this page is not in the packet, but in the general plan, at least the adopted 2022, it's page 154.
Okay.
It's 6-13.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Berman, we can look at that. And give
Okay, yeah, and I don't know, if we end up continuing, we could talk about it next time.
I just like hit in my brain like this moment of like, oh my God, I'm so tired. So like, let's get through the staff report and then like recalibrate. I think the only other thing I had in the staff report, which I feel like extremely strongly about, is that on packet page 42, we've defined a minimum density for mixed use 30, 40, 50, 60. That's fabulous. That minimum FAR did not make it into the general plan. So if you read the general plan as written, and we talked a lot about this when we did the SPSP, but if you read the general plan as written, there is no requirement for any commercial in any of the mixed-use districts, whether they're in an overlay or not. So I love the fact that we have this chart that has the range of dwelling units. This is table 4.1, but the range of dwelling units. And I think we need to add that range in table 4.1 for FAR. And I think we need to add the range on page 58 in each of the, or I'm sorry, on page 57 in each of the commercial districts. So when it says residential density shall be at 20 to 30 dwelling units per gross acre, and non-residential development is allowed up to 2.5 FAR, that does not comport with anything that council or we discussed previously. Any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, I think I missed the part about what doesn't align. I mean, I think what I heard was about adding the minimum density, or minimum FAR within
commercial.
the
Within
general
the-
plan?
yeah.
And then was there something else that you said after that that you thought didn't align with what was discussed? I'm sorry, I think I just missed it.
Having no minimum does not align with what the council and planning commission kind of collaborated on at the 2 study sessions.
Right.
And there was discussion with HCD about this specifically to make sure that this didn't become an issue. So this should not be a surprise.
Right, and I think so the minimum FARs for the MU districts are included in the zoning, in the development standards. So the minimums are there. And then the reason why they weren't included in the general plan is because none of our other, all of our other land use designations, the structure is, it will say commercial up to X, but doesn't, there's no, like minimums haven't been established in this same way. And so that's just why it wasn't in the
Totally-
general plan.
totally
Is for
understand.
the consistency of the
Yeah.
form. And then does that
Totally
raise
understand the
issues, right, in the
consistency.
existing designations that don't have minimums?
I absolutely think that we should have, like, where there actually is contemplated to be a minimum, we need to add it, because otherwise, using 65915, the unlimited waivers provision allows a waiver to commercial minimum versus a concession being used. And if we're going to remove the vibrancy of mixed use and I said this before and I'll say it again, like the gas tax and the gun store being two of our main tax increment providers is really shameful. Like, we need to have higher quality commercial. And I don't think that's a new thing for the city. And I don't think reiterating that in the general plan would be different than what we've done in the past. I just want to poll Planning Commission. Is there any discussion or disagreement or agreement on that?
Yeah, I don't have
Okay.
I'm starting to fade.
Okay.
them.
I think we all are.
If I'm being honest, you lost me just a tiny bit.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
Can we speak in the microphone? Yeah.
Yes.
Do we want to, well, let's ask, do we want to stop here and pick up at another session?
Is this a comfortable place to stop?
I feel like we should get through this one and then stop. Yeah. So just to be clear, we have residential ranges for all of these land use designations we're creating. So in MU 30, it says that we should have 20 to 30 dwelling units. That means that legally no one could provide less than 20. And they can't provide less than 30 unless they're using a state density bonus.
I had wanted to get into that specifically when I read through. It seems very limiting to me, to the developer, more like it seems like it's like going against its own goal.
Which one? The commercial or the
Across
residential?
the board, minimums.
The minimums?
I don't remember us developing that or talking about it as a.
We didn't. So my comment was on the commercial, but let's talk about this for a second.
I think broadly it applies to both, right? If you're looking at 20 units per acre minimum and there's a proposal for 18 or 16 units an acre because of the site, the way it's laid out, and the grading challenges given our town, why would we have, I look, from the annual reports, we've approved 125 units in the last 5 years. We're talking about trying to approve 1,900 units in the next 6 years. Why would we close the door on any sort of development, right? For some of these, the minimum is 30 units per acre. You're talking about 60, that could be 60, 70 units. And you say, hey, if you have a proposal for 60, 70 units, we don't want it. We want only more. I just don't understand why that's included at all.
Does it need to be distinguished from the low-density residential? I don't know, that's how I came to terms with it. At least for the Rs, it made sense to me.
It makes sense to me because if you don't have the minimum, but you're saying up to 30, then it could be 0 to 30, and that's not appropriate in these new districts that we've created. If you're saying exactly 30, which there are a couple of jurisdictions that say you have to have exactly a certain amount of units, and it's a total nightmare. Like, it's almost impossible to make that work.
I'd also like to add, Chair Hauser, if I may, that HCD, when we met with them, were very supportive of minimum densities. Because without them, you're not fully really zoning for the capacity for the site. And you could get very underdeveloped sites.
For certain sites, I get it. For other sites where, for example, we rezone the entire sports field of a school, if they want to leave some of that sports field a sports field, you run into issues where, all right, for this 5 acres, if you don't, see where I'm getting at?
But then their project would be defined as a smaller project site, right? They would do an application on a certain project
Just
site.
subdivide
and
one
do-
little piece of it?
Yeah. As a developer, I love the minimums.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Love them, then they work, I guess.
So in other words, so the minimums specified in there, 20 to 30. So if you didn't have the 20, they could build 5. Is that?
Correct. It would be 0 to 30, and then
Okay.
we get like.
So this locks them into a specific
Only
number.
high density, yeah.
To hit a goal,
Yeah. And
a
20.
density goal.
20
Only
to
the thing that no
30
one in town wants.
20 to 30 is, so 20 would be the minimum, and 30 is effectively 60 with state density bonus. I don't know. I think it's a good thing.
And that's across the board for the MU40,
There are.
50, et cetera. I believe they all had minimums if I was pulled that.
Yeah. One thing I wasn't quite clear on was why some of them have a 10 dwelling unit spread and some have a 15 dwelling unit spread,
Yeah.
and then some have a 20 unit spread.
40 has, 15 unit spread,
Yeah.
20 unit spread on MU50.
I'm okay with all of them, but I don't know if staff wants to address it.
Sorry. It's 2/3 is the proportion.
Got
So I
it.
thought that
Okay.
made sense.
That's like, I like that answer. It's real math.
So 2/3 is the minimum? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 2/3 of the maximum would be the
I
minimum.
like a math
for all
formula.
of them. It's
Anytime
rounded
I
a
can
bit.
get one.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's great.
Is everyone okay with it?
These don't apply broadly to any sites outside of the specific sites in the housing unit, do they? Housing element?
Correct. These densities are only for the sites being rezoned and this is only the sites in the housing element right now.
Then if it's, based on the 2/3 and you're trying to develop dense housing,
But the general plan, like this table in the general plan gets amended.
Which table?
59? Packet page 59? Yeah. 4.1, which in this table
That's
encompass, yeah.
Yeah.
So, trying to think if there's any future non-housing element sites that are going to be zoned MU50, it would apply to them.
Right.
they have to change the zoning.
They'd have to,
right? Yeah.
they'd have to actively welcome it, yeah.
Or the city would have to initiate another GPA or zoning thing.
Right, and at that time, you would also be considering the rezoning and looking at everything that's applicable.
I'm kind of sensing consensus for the ranges. I'm seeing nods. I'm seeing,
Not my hill to die on. I don't like it. I've stated why I don't like it, but
okay.
understood.
I see 2 nods. I see 3 nods. I'm a 4th nod, so I think we're good on the ranges. Okay.
And that was to add the minimum FAR into the general plan text and tables.
We haven't even gotten that.
Yeah.
Wait,
We haven't
the
even gotten
density,
that.
oh my
This was
God.
minimum
No, I
density.
hear you.
I'm so sorry.
This is going to be the last.
We're
the
talking
last
about both
thing-
at the same time.
The
I
last
really
thing will be
apologize.
the FAR, and then we're going to figure out how to continue the meeting.
We're
So-
sure that it would
what-
be a great, can I ask one quick question?
Yeah.
Before we start a new topic. So to Commissioner Berman's point about OCI 5, which I've now read, can you reiterate your point to me about that? Because it seems like a bit of a conflict between the general plan and the.
So my question, I think we'll probably, if we continue this, we'll probably talk about it next time.
Yes.
But going back to the community's concern about preserving the art center use and the park use, et cetera, throughout that property, we were looking at where can we add some specific language to make us feel comfortable with that preservation. And I pointed out OC 5I, I-5, as language that's already in the general plan that alludes to, it explicitly says to preserve the art center and more on that property. And so my question was, does that policy hold up as an objective requirement for the Sanchez Art Center compared to how we have the housing element right now?
Yeah.
And it's not a by right, it's not going to be by right.
Right.
Yeah.
And we'll get more feedback from staff on that.
I think
when we
so, yeah.
continue.
It just
Yeah.
requires a little more specific analysis.
And I agree with where your thinking is on that now that I've read it, and I appreciate you pointing it out. I think it's really important, and I think it might also explain where some of the public confusion comes from and why the public is looking for some reassurances around that. So thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thank you.
So sorry, I want to go back to the density and then finish this up. So if we look at, I'm going to say Site 32, which is being rezoned to MU 60, it's where the Starbucks and Anderson's and all of those things are right now. Site 32. So if we look at the way, I'm now on packet page 57. If we look at the way, this is what I was trying to say before March, the densities in each of these MU districts is written, it says residential density shall be 20 to 30 dwelling units per gross acre. I'll move to MU 60 so we can talk about that site specifically. Residential density shall be 40 to 60 dwelling units per gross acre. Okay, done. We just all agreed that that makes sense. Non-residential development is allowed up to 3.0 FAR, meaning there is no bottom of that range, even though it's in the zoning. Under this description, there is 0 square feet of commercial space required. If you are using state density bonus law to waive out of requirements in the zoning, you could just use a waiver and you have infinity waivers. You only have, using our municipal code, you only have one concession or incentive if you follow our municipal code as prescribed. Meaning that if you wanted to get out of commercial, you would have to use your incentive for that or provide more affordable housing. So it's beneficial, like with the Shore Park specific plan, to have a minimum commercial FAR in the general plan definition. Otherwise, there's a high likelihood that we get 0 commercial after all of this work trying to get mixes of commercial and residential uses. So since we're already doing a minimum,
So you're suggesting we add a minimum
I would like
to the
to,
FAR.
I would like to add the already established minimum, which is not that cumbersome, it's 0.1, it's not a lot of commercial. I'd like to add it in the definitions on 57 and in table 4.1.
We have a page for 4.1.
Sorry, that's page 59 of the packet.
Thank you.
Acceptable to me.
Okay.
Acceptable
Vice
to
Chair?
me.
Do we need to define those, what they are?
Staff define them in the zoning.
Okay.
0.1 for all of them.
Okay.
It's on that chart that you've printed, that one.
I guess the only, is
Oh.
0.1 high enough? or-
Yes, yes.
I didn't love it, but it was something. And it wasn't consistent with what we talked about, but it's something. So essentially, it's 4,300 square feet per acre. Okay.
You could comply with that and not really give any visitor serving commercial of any kind.
Yeah, it gets you like 2 fast casual restaurants or like a little bit of office or
Or a
brewery.
few storage units in the back.
What is that for Site 32? It's super small.
Yeah, does not comport with anything we've talked about, but it's
It's like a
something.
walk-up.
Where did the 0.1 number come from?
I believe the Planning Commission.
I would probably got beat down on that a year ago. Good, take it again.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else they want to do tonight, or should we continue next hearing?
I'm sorry, was there a majority consensus on adding the FAR
There's
minimums?
Consensus on adding
Okay,
the
thank you.
minimum. And I think we're all good on the chart. Okay. Last chance for, okay, I'm gonna,
Anything else we'd like to get through? I mean, we're obviously not going to get to the finish line.
I move that we continue to a date certain.
before we get a second, I would ask the city attorney to advise us on how to make the motion, if you don't.
Right, so at this point, we've completed the public hearing and we are in deliberation. So the planning commission could adjourn this meeting to another date certain. And at that meeting, the planning commission wouldn't have to take public comment again or reopen the public hearing because that will have already been completed. So you would essentially be picking up exactly where we left off here tonight for deliberations.
What's it called again? An adjourned meeting.
Right, so it would be an adjourned meeting. So we would, it's an adjourned meeting, but we are, essentially continuing this item to another date. So, but I think we wanted to talk about whether it was adjourned to a date specific or some other date uncertain. Do we have a date, just the next planning commission?
The next planning commission hearing is June 2nd.
I will not be here.
Okay. When do we think we're gonna get feedback from HCD?
In the next 1 to 2 weeks?
I would love to be here, so I'd say the June 16th makes a lot of sense to me, but we'll be here the 2nd.
Yeah.
Do it without me.
I'm not going to be here the 2nd.
Well, hang on.
Oh.
I could probably make arrangements.
Don't.
Well, is
No,
Commissioner
Daniela
Devine or
could.
Commissioner gone? We don't know.
No, I don't want to go to.
When do you get back, Commissioner?
6th.
Ferguson? The 6th? Are you available on the 6th?
Special meeting?
Oh, no,
The
the
7th?
6th is the Friday. I get back Friday evening.
7th, it's my birthday.
The Saturday.
The Saturday. We're not doing that. No, I love you guys, but. For how long? Just the night?
Just tonight, Sunday and Monday.
And I think council has a meeting.
I'm back Thursday, the 5th.
Okay. Would it be feasible? Do you remember which dates?
So I'm new and I don't know the rules, but would it be possible to reschedule the meeting on the 2nd to like Saturday the 7th when Ferguson? No, it's somebody's birthday.
How much time, it would be fantastic if we could see the amendments or the changes that we've discussed thus far. How much time does staff need to incorporate that?
They would be published with, in accordance with the Brown Act, so at least 72 hours before the hearing.
But are you going to make changes to the documents themselves? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we have been given direction to make some changes that we would bring back.
Are you able to do those changes within 2 weeks, or do you need more time?
Can I just do point of clarification? If we are adjourning the meeting and it's the same meeting, are we able to?
To get a new
create
packet?
new materials? That doesn't seem to jive.
We could add, we could certainly supplement, but then the issue would be, then we would need to reopen the public.
Right.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like we should get through these red lines.
Yeah.
Would staff be open to a special meeting in addition to the June 2nd meeting? Since we have 2 commissioners who are here tonight that would not be in attendance.
I mean, I'm fine submitting my comments. And I could just scan them.
I just feel like.
There's two, I mean, you can shoot for the second and hope one of them makes it. Dive in the middle.
I mean, I think part of my thought process is more that like, it's really good to have the consistency. It's better to have more planning commissioners, but to at least have the 5 of us.
I agree,
here.
completely agree.
Like, I think we got some good momentum. It's
When
not
do you
perfect,
leave?
but-
When do I leave? The 14th. And then return the 22nd.
Could we do a special meeting on June 9th? Or no, that's council.
council.
Duh.
What about?
Sorry, we can poll for a special meeting, but we will not be able to continue to a date certain for a special meeting. We need to make sure that the room's available.
Yeah, and I'm sorry,
We're not able to do that right now.
And I wasn't trying to set a date, I was trying to just pull the commissioners.
Do we want to, can we adjourn to a date to be determined?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it will require a 20-day period for noticing.
Ooh.
20-day?
It requires 20 days for planning commission
Unless
amendments
we pick
to
a
the
date.
general plan.
Unless we pick a date right now.
Correct.
I mean, might as well pick one after I get back then.
When do you get back?
The 22nd. Sunday, the 22nd.
The 23rd is
The 23rd, the third
Council.
Monday, no, it's council, yeah, it's 4th.
Wait, but I don't think we're able to,
We could pick.
I think if we pull for one, we still have to do 20-day noticing because we're not continuing to a date.
Sorry.
But by the 24th, you have time to do that.
Yeah.
24th?
It's the next.
Aren't our
more than
meetings
20
June
days
2nd
away.
and June
June
16th?
2nd and June 16th
Oh.
are the next hearings.
I see what you're saying. We
June
would do
2nd
20-day
and June
noticing.
16th are the next.
Or at that point, just our July
July
meeting.
the 7th.
You guys, like,
That's way out there.
this is too far out.
It's May 19th.
I really don't
I could zoom in.
I was going to say I might be able to zoom in on the 2nd.
What are the rules about 2 commissioners zooming in if we continue to May 2nd?
I don't even know where I'm going to be.
That would be fine if we followed the traditional Brown Act requirements for zooming in, so their location would need to
It's
be in
published?
the agenda and published.
And then the agenda needs to be posted at the site 72 hours before the hearing as well.
At wherever we're going to be.
Yeah.
Said, no way.
No way.
I'm RVing around Scotland.
You could post it on the RV.
Yeah.
I can't believe we can't
Just do it
adjourn.
that way. It's fine.
Okay. So June
then
2nd and Marge, you will.
Marge wouldn't be here, though.
No,
Yeah.
Marge will Zoom.
I
post
can
hers.
try. I have a couple questions around that. So that would have to be posted at the hotel I'm staying at?
Yes.
Is my understanding. And
72 hours before the meeting.
And can I trust them to do that? And is there some way they can prove to me they've done it? Or what's the requirement around
We can
that?
talk about this
Okay.
offline.
Okay.
But so long as
yeah.
you think you're going to be in a location that's accessible and
Oh, it is, totally. It's a business. I can give it a whirl, or maybe I can go later.
Or you can meet without me. I'm not going to be able to zoom in.
You're gone March 16th?
I'm gone the
June 16th.
June 16th. But you could hold the meeting without me and I could submit my comments.
I think we should do June 2nd, just for, I think we need to be more urgent, personally.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
not there and I agree.
Lauren?
I do too. I think it goes to.
Okay. Would you mind making the motion to adjourn to a date certain of the 2nd?
When are we going to hear back from HCD? 1 or 2 weeks from now?
Before June 2nd.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't have a definitive date.
that's fine. Yep.
One more question. So did I understand, though, that we can't get new documentation for this continued meeting? Or additional documents?
Additional
We
supplement.
can get
No.
supplemental.
So the idea is
Public
we are going to, this would be just moving this deliberation period to the June 2nd meeting. So you would
Okay.
be in deliberations. And if we supplement or change the staff report or make revisions that the public hasn't commented on, then there could be an
Understood.
argument that public comment should be reopened to allow.
Okay.
Is there anything else currently scheduled for the June 2nd meeting?
You could tell we've been through our share of adjourned meeting continuations.
Sorry I interrupted your motion.
Oh, no, it's okay. These are all good questions. I was just saying, we've been through a few of these.
I'll make that clear. So, and to just be clear, the Site 19 item that Chair Hauser recused herself off, that has already been decided. So that wouldn't be discussed at the next meeting.
And I don't believe there's anything substantive currently penciled in for June 2nd.
It'd be great if this was the only thing on that day.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, minutes probably. It.
Yeah, we might have one project.
I don't know.
All right, I move that we adjourn to a date certain on June the 2nd.
I second.
Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for sticking with us. Sorry, that was a lot. Wait. No. We moved to adjourn the meeting. We have commission communications. Does anyone have a commission communication?
Isn't it adjourned?
No.
We adjourned this item.
Item.
Do
No.
we have staff communications?
We have no staff communication.
Would anyone like to make a motion for adjournment?
I move we adjourn.
I second. Please vote. Okay, we are officially adjourned. Thank you.
It's your birthday, June 7th?
Yeah.
So my wife.